Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And oh my God, somehow I'm on time. I do not feel like I should be on time. I feel like I should be asleep or dead. Speaking of that, this is what happens when you're on time. Be right back. What is going on out here? Okay, I don't have time for this. I don't have time for this. Good night, guys. Hey, go to bed. Hi, welcome to Costco. How are you this evening? Grab a cart, grab your wallet, and throw it in the garbage. Okay. Goodness gracious. Sorry about that. These little girls, they are just yelling and fighting with each other. Sisters, you know, they'll do that. Okay. All right. Tonight, we have got some stuff. We've got so much stuff that I decided to get clever with the title. Getting clever with the title is a terrible idea and a disaster, but I have done it anyway for you. For you. We have so the title is Gerrymandering Joe Rogan, and let's get in touch with this podcast bait. So let me explain this. Let me explain how this works for those people who may not know, because there's a lot of jokery that happens on this show, joke crafting, and you really and this is a discredit to myself, like how I do this. I should be better at this, but I'm just not. And my brain doesn't work in a way to make it better. And if you ever point it out again, it's a disability, you bigot. Okay? It's a disability. There are lots of internal inside jokes that happen on the show, and they build over time and through seasons, and there's ebbs and flows to it. And some points we're making fun of some people, and other points we're dealing with other people and different topics and subjects. And there's some main ones that kind of cycle through all this stuff. And I know there's lots of people who have been here very, very faithfully since November. And some of these people and topics have not come up as much as others. So there's stuff that you might miss. So I'm going to explain what's going on today. And there's going to be, with that explanation, I see you, Andrew. I see you. With that explanation, there's going to be some little backstory about, a particular saga. And I do this from time to time. And I'm going to tell you, I think I've told it before a little bit, but I'm going to tell you a story related to a guy called Vic Mignogna. So I'll give you a recap when we get to that segment, but I'm going to preview and preface this today so that you know that that's why I'm doing this. So gerrymandering, Joe Rogan, let's break this thing down. The Supreme Court issued a ruling on gerrymandering today. I have not read it other than to see that people are mad about it because it quote unquote guts the Voting Rights Act. And let's be honest about this. Good. The Voting Rights Act was trash. The Voting Rights Act, even if we nobly say it had the best intentions of making equality in voting or whatever nonsense thing that you want to believe to make your liberal sensibilities feel better, that's not actually the point of the Voting Rights Act. It never was, and it certainly is not the point of the Voting Rights Act in 2022. In fact, in 2022, the Voting Rights Act is basically completely pointless. The Voting Rights Act now exists for Democrats to bitch at Republicans. That's it. Because anything that a Republican does in regards to an election and crafting an election is automatically racistly trying to undermine the votes of Black people. Like that is what it is. Voter ID. Voter ID was an affront to the Voting Rights Act, which doesn't make any sense at all when you try and look at this thing objectively. But if objectivity and logic are out the window in 2022 when it comes to discourse that relates to power and the ability to take it. So gerrymandering fits into this very nicely. So gerrymandering is a practice in which a political party who has control over their state legislature will draw a map for how to district out how to draw the districts so that they determine who votes where and how those votes are counted into individual sections. Because like in Minnesota, you've got, I don't remember, something like 8 districts or whatever. And so how those districts vote will really determine who's going to win. If you have a bunch of Republicans in a district, that district is probably going to go to a Republican congressperson. If you can find a way to gather the maximum amount of people into the smallest amount of districts and simultaneously grab the smallest amount of the other party's people and spread them across the maximum of the other parties of their districts, then what you can do is effectively take a minority population in a state. And I don't mean racial minorities, I mean voting minorities. And you can give them effective control of the state by condensing, let's put it this way. If you have less Democrats than Republicans, for example, but you gather almost all of the Republicans in a state into a couple voting districts, like let's say there's 5 districts, hypothetically, and you can get 100% of the state Republicans into 2 voting districts, right? And then in the, so they have 100% Republican votes in those 2 districts. And then in the other 3 districts, let's say you can manage to get something like 60 to 70% Democrats in those 3 districts. And those 60 to 70% of those 3 districts will add up to less than the 100% of the other 2 districts. And this is a gross hypothetical, but just hear me out. So then you can have less Democrats than Republicans, but because you concentrate the Republicans so well into 2 districts and you spread the Democrats out just enough to have majorities in the 3 districts, but still a minority overall, you'll give 3 seats of power to Democrats and 2 to Republicans. That is gerrymandering. That's what you want. I'm not saying 100%. Just ignore the percentages if it doesn't help you and just listen to the description. That's what they're trying to do. Okay? And both parties do this, and it's permissible, and it's legal, and it's been upheld by the Supreme Court over and over. If the parties write this power into their state law, if they write the ability for the state legislature to redraw districts, then they do it by the state legislature because the states have always been in charge of their own districting, except for the Voting Rights Act. Except for the Voting Rights Act, which goes ahead and takes away that power in the South. In the South. Because the Voting Rights Act applies to the South. So the idea, again, is you could take a minority total population of the state, spread it out enough so that they have majorities in a majority of districts, and then they'll have control over the state. So it's a cool thing. Great plan. If you win, whenever a party wins, they want to redraw the districts, especially close to a census and all of that stuff. That's what they want to do because then they can write in their re-elections. It's a brilliant strategy and it works. And we've dealt with it forever. Let me see if I can get you a visual aid on this because I think that'll help with this. I'm going to show you. Let's see. Yeah, no, come on. That's not so bad. There's some really bad. Oh, here we go. This is perfect. Here. Open in new tab. Now I can zoom in on it. All right. So this is Philadelphia or Pennsylvania. But I'm going to show you a district and I'll see if we can explain it this way. Okay. So these are color-coded districts. It's a little bit weird, but so 9 is like all of this green, right? 12 is the purple, 5 is the pink, blue, and the yellow. Notice how they're getting real weird in this area. Look at this voting district 7. All right. This is gerrymandering. They have carved out this voting district to go like this, to go through here, around this corner, over here and up, and then up here this way. Let's avoid these areas, get a little line of Republicans right through here, and then grab this chunk and spread out some tendrils. Okay. This is gerrymandering. This is what it is. That's the best explanation we can give of what gerrymandering is. That district. They have carved through a whole bunch of people and set it out. Now, this is intentionally done to grab specific groups and to put them into certain districts. Okay. Now, normal non-gerrymandering looks kind of like this, right? The western half of Pennsylvania is relatively normal. You've got these counties, basically whole counties, a couple parts of some counties, but for the most part, whole counties being in a voting district. And that makes sense. Same with this one, gets a little weird with this number 12. Like, why is voting? Who do the people here have this in these two counties have the same interests as the people over here in this county because they're voting for the same person? 14 gets all this area. 18 gets this big spread out thing. And then they go around all this stuff. So anyway, it's obviously contrived to concentrate votes and to reach out and grab votes from areas when they want to support that. Okay. And so the purpose is these smaller, more numerous districts are probably here to gather Democrat votes because there's more of those than there are of these big Republican sections. All right. That's the idea. By carving it out just right, they'll get their stuff. Okay. Anyway, that's a basic thing. So we're going to talk about the Supreme Court decision on gerrymandering. It was upheld today. And here's the best part of gerrymandering. Here's the best part. The left loves gerrymandering, except when the right does it. And the right loves gerrymandering, except when the left does it. That's how it goes. That's the root answer here. And so we'll talk about the decision very briefly. We're not going to spend a ton of time on it because that's what it is. Now, the next topic we'll be talking about is Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is the next thing. And I thought it'd be funny to talk about it in gerrymandering terms because Rumble wants to gerrymander Joe Rogan's audience, right? They want to draw their districting lines around Joe Rogan's audience and bring them into the Rumble fold, the Rumbleverse, the Rumble meta, if you will, and carve them out of Spotify's territory. That's what they want to do. So we're going to talk a little bit, my opinions on this idea that Rumble is courting Joe Rogan. Should Joe Rogan take that? What does this mean? What does it mean for Rumble? What is this for the future? How do we look at this stuff? All right. I believe my friend Ty Beard would like to have a little bit of a different type of discussion about the Joe Rogan situation because there's an interesting, he does business acquisitions. I mean, that's one of the main areas of his firm's practice is business acquisition. Taking over businesses, incorporating it into other businesses, buying property, buying inventory, buying equipment, all of those things. And a podcast in a lot of ways works like that, especially when it's $100 million deal. And Ty has signed several $100 million plus deals, made them happen, negotiated them. And so I think he would probably, he mentioned talking about Joe Rogan. I think that's probably the angle that Ty would like to do that. And so as soon as he's able to, I think we can have a good discussion on it. But I'm going to talk about it more conceptually. Should Joe Rogan move to Rumble? Should Rumble court Joe Rogan? Should anybody be doing this at all? So we'll do that. And then finally, the let's get in touch with this podcast bait. Okay. Is a reference to a podcast that has just came out. Debbie, oh no, Ty is not coming on tonight. I briefly talked to him about doing a show, and he's about to be very busy with a business deal, I believe. And so I'm hoping to get him on before he gets into full on grind mode. And that hopefully will be sometime this week, but it'll depend on his schedule because it's he's got a big thing going through. But that being said, there's a podcast out there called the In Touch podcast. All right. It's got one episode and it is put on by two fat, shrill harpies. Their names are Monica Rial and Jamie Markey. They are attached to the Vic Mignogna saga. They called their podcast the In Touch podcast as actually a dig on Ty, because Monica's wife, well, not really wife, she never married her, Ron Toye, during the pendency of all this Vic Mignogna stuff, Ty tweeted to Ron Toye, "We will be in touch," and it was like the first tweet on his stupid Twitter account. And it was very popular, and everybody made a whole lot of noise about it because it was funny. It was a funny thing, but more funny than the tweet itself was Ron Toye's reaction to the tweet. They called it harassment. They did I mean, oh my God, it blew him out. Whatever it is, it blew Ron Toye out in such weird ways because it was such a simple message. We will be in touch. That's it. So that's now they're doing this. And so look, here's why they made the podcast. They made the podcast for this episode that you're watching now. You had no idea. You had no idea that two unfunny and unfun women got together and recorded a podcast show specifically for tonight. And so, look, I'm a giver and I'm a lover. And so when people demand through flattery that I take on their project, that's what I'm going to do. They made this thing. They've wanted, this is what I'm giving them exactly what they want. They want me to do what we're going to do tonight. We're going to listen to their stupid podcast and we're going to make fun of it. That's what they wanted. That's what they asked for. That's the whole purpose of this podcast. I promise you that they knew it would happen. They wanted it to happen. And that's how we're going to listen to it with that reference. With that referenced frame of mind, understanding that they wrote this podcast so I would listen to it. And you may think that's narcissistic of me. I guarantee you it's true. I guarantee you there's nothing I am more certain of in my entire life than they hoped and begged that I would. All they had to do was ask. Of course, I would play their stupid podcast on the show, but they didn't have to ask, I guess, because they knew it. They wanted it. And that's what it's going to do, because they're going to make fun of me, I'm sure. They're going to make fun of Ty. They're going to talk about how great it is. They have been promising to tell their story as if they weren't already for 3 years. 3 years? Was it 3 years now? This is the third year. They have been saying that they're going to tell that story for that long, and they've never. And we'll see if they do it. Okay, that's the trick. Will they actually do it? I have my thought.
I doubt it.
Yep. I doubt it. But that's what tonight's show is going to be. So with that preface, let me tell you one more thing. This is the fourth year. No, it's not the fourth year, is it? One more thing. Vic Mignogna has a GoFundMe. I created the GoFundMe. He's never asked anyone to contribute to the GoFundMe. It was entirely my creation, choice, everything. I set it up. And at the time I set it up, GoFundMe was not being absolute giant fucking cunts like they are today. And so I am working on creating a Give, Send, Go, and I will be taking the GoFundMe down. I will be taking it down and moving over to Give, Send, Go for Vic. Not that I anticipate much activity on it, but I want it to be there in case the thing ever comes through, the appeal. If the appeal ever comes through, I don't want people to come in and support Vic through GoFundMe. I had to clear it with Ty and with Vic. I didn't want to put any political messaging in Vic's mouth or anything like that. It's entirely my choice, but I didn't want any sort of thing to be attached to him, so I had to clear it with him to do that. Or I thought it would be courteous. I didn't have to clear anything with anyone. I have control over the GoFundMe entirely, but or the web page, not the money. But so I will be shutting down the GoFundMe, opening up a Give, Send, Go. There will be some appropriate messaging on that. I'll do a standalone video that people can see with those instructions. But yeah, I am not going to tolerate the GoFundMe's activities. I do not agree with them. I do not agree with their stuff. They've been doing this over the past 2 years. They've really been pushing kind of the limits of activities and things that I like. But hey, it was not my GoFundMe, but I thought it's not for me, right? But I thought the trucker thing was a bridge too far. It was a bridge too far. And so that's when I decided, hey, I'm going to contact Ty. I'm going to contact Vic, see if we can make this thing move, because I do not want to support GoFundMe in any way. All right. Ideally, this whole thing would have been done a while back, and this wouldn't be necessary anymore. Okay. You're fundraising for a bridge. No. Okay, let's read super chats, and then we'll get to this stuff, these topics. Thank you for enduring my god awful rambling explanation of that. This is horrible. Sarah Swanson says a great friend of mine, Sean, died yesterday. He gave the best hugs and set a standard all friends should attempt to achieve. Could you give him one of your great toasts and a woo pig suey? Yeah. Yes, I can. Gonna be one of those nights, huh? First chat out the gate is a chat of sadness, but hey, you know what? That's how life comes at you sometimes. Sometimes that's how life comes at you. Is you open the day with some sad. And we hope by the end of the day it'll be better. Speaking of sad, real quick, add peanut butter M&Ms to the list of things that taste like sewage. Unbreaded. Oh, yes, we'll talk a little bit about Ralph. It's Monday, happened over the weekend. Yes, we'll talk a little bit about Ralph. I know some of you really want some of that later. First, before that, to Sean from Sarah. Says he gave the best hugs and set a standard that all friends should attempt to achieve. And think about that for just a moment. A man, I presume, Sean, it's spelled like a man. So I hope it is a man whose friendship was so genuine and so noteworthy that someone would refer to it as setting a standard. It is the idea of what a friend should be personified. That is something of value. We all have that friend, the person by which we define our other relationships. And Sean was that person for Zara and probably for others, because people of character and integrity don't just affect one person most of the time. So to Sarah and the loss of her friend and the many other friends who will have lost Sean, but gained from his life a barometer for how they should conduct theirs. Cheers. Sorry to hear that, Sarah. That sucks. Oh, and a woo pig suey, whatever that means. Okay. Ryan, the editor, has put some new emotes in the chat for members. I believe it looks like there's a Gunt Cat emote, a wrecked emote, and some stuff like that. So feel free to have fun with those emotes. Feel free to do that. Those are for y'all. Twilight Dragon says AGT dropped a response on paper. Greer's spurging out about it, unbreaded. Oh, good. Yes, they so that's the saga of Russell Greer suing America's Got Talent. They have demanded arbitration in their appeal. That'll be interesting to see. Or not in their appeal, in their case, they have demanded arbitration. So we'll take a look at that maybe tomorrow. Kind of depends on how the week is going to go. Yashken says, hey, Nick, it's my birthday today. Could you shill my YouTube, please? Also, be prepared for a bear hug at Matsuri this year. Yashken, happy birthday, buddy. Dude does give good hugs. He gives good hugs, and he's also loud. If you ever need a crowd to hear you, Yashken is your man. Check out his YouTube channel, Yashken, spelt like Yoshi without the I, but instead of Ken, all one word. Okay, so the emotes are unbreaded, fat mad, gunt cat, the wall, German shepherd, and jelly bean. So that's what we got, guys. Enjoy those emotes, courtesy of Ryan, the editor. Very cool, man. Thank you for doing that. Mario Carter 13 says Reeves popped off when faced with assault and buttery. Yeah, so the Curtis Reeves trial was supposed to start today. Turns out it's going to be a couple days of jury selection that is not televised. Look, I can sit there and talk for 8 hours about nothing. I can do it. It's not easy. Especially when you don't have a plan. Today was rough because Branca and I figured, because they said that the Curtis Reeves trial was going to begin today and cameras were in the courtroom waiting. So we thought they would show voir dire for jury selection. They did not. And so it was a slog today. And they have said that it may be as many as 3 days to 5 days before the jury is fully seated. And if that's the case, I'm not going to sit there and meander through 8 hours of content. We will be on watch for opening arguments. And when those things happen, we'll get everything going. We'll get everything going. Very, very frustrated about that process. But yeah, the case does seem like it'll be interesting. A whole bunch of jurors today all came in and said, yeah, we heard about this case. We think he's guilty. So gonna be rough for the defense. And someone has already emailed me saying not to blame the deceased. Look, I'm not blaming anybody. I don't know. I'm going to talk about the lunacy of the entire situation from both sides until we start getting some more of the story. My presumption is this is not justified. I mean, I've explained the legal theory for it, but man, you are shooting someone over some popcorn and bullshit. That's a person dying over that. But at the same time, let's be real. You shot a man over popcorn. You're fucking dumb. But a man got shot over popcorn. That is also fucking dumb. This is bitching in a movie theater. It could be fixed real simply. Both of those guys had the opportunity to say, what the fuck ever. And that's it. So both of them hold some accountability there. But I don't think this is a justified shooting at this point. At this point, I don't see the justification. I see the legal argument, the technical legal argument, and it's going to be hard to bring me there on it. So just because this is an old fucking man who used to be a cop doesn't mean he gets to blast someone, blam, 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 for some popcorn. Insane to me. Squizgar 2322 says rackets on time, unbreaded. I gotta get the auto tuner ready. I gotta load that thing up just in case we need an auto tuner. Okay, what else do we have here? Spigot 84. Oh wait, shit, hold on. It skipped one. G says, thank God you're here. Grandpa Good Logic was literally burning money on stream if people became members. He was very flaming and unbreaded. Help? What do you mean? Oh no, was that when he's yelling at people to not become let's see. Wait, I saw something. Nick knows something about popcorn. It's not over just popcorn. Shit. Yeah, I know it's about more. It's not over popcorn, right? I get it. But the idea is Nick knows it wasn't over popcorn. He just showed himself as a liar. No, I mean, that's the narrative of the case. Guys shot because popcorn is thrown. The honest defense, by the way, if you don't believe me, But the honest defense is that the battery that is the justification for the shooting is the popcorn. Now, there's a traditional self-defense argument. He was scared. He's an old man. This is a young man. He's intimidated. Yeah. A guy threw popcorn at you and you shot him. That's it. I mean, that's the story. That's what really happened. Now, he took the popcorn from Curtis Reeves. It's a bitching fight over someone getting out their phone in a movie theater. The movie hadn't even started yet. The guy goes and Karens he goes and Karens out to the employees. Yeah. Sorry, I truncated it to the funny statement. I'm outing myself as a liar. Fuck you. Just, if you can't take jokery, then you shouldn't be here. At the time, because that's what this case is about in the media. Go Google it. It's about popcorn. That's the joke. Yes, there are traditional notions of self-defense at play, and he's gonna have to go a long fucking way to convince anybody that that's true. They couldn't seat a single juror today because every juror came in and said, "Shot homeboy over popcorn." Every single one. This guy shot a man over popcorn. Guilty as fuck. Why are we even here? Come on. And concealed carry holders, real ones, real people who carry guns every day go, this is fucking ridiculous. Why do you shoot a man over popcorn? All right. Anyway, at the time of the shooting, he was either 71 or 72. 71 or 72 years old. He's now 79. They've successfully delayed this trial out 8 years. They were hoping he was going to die before trial, and he didn't. All right, here we go. Andrew Rohn says, I will be going to New London on Saturday to pick up an engine. Are there any good lunch spots I should know of? In New London, I think the Twisted Fork is like the only lunch spot you can really go to. Or the Middle Fork, not Twisted Fork, Middle Fork Cafe is good. If you go to Spicer instead of New London, just a little jaunt down the road, not very far, you can pop over to Johnny O'Neill's Westwood Cafe. Both of those are solid choices. That's on, when is that? Saturday? Oh, that's a terrible day to go because I will be on a plane coming back home. Otherwise, I'd meet you there. I'd meet you for lunch or something. Spigot 84 says it's official. Nick Pippa Pipkin is your spirit animal. Lol. I did make contact with Pippa. It's up to her. It's the ball is back in her agency's court, and if they want to go ahead and allow the interview, I will have it. We'll do it. It'll be great. Lots of fun, and we can bond over making fun of the gun. Billy Witch Doctor 99 says, do you think Rogan is enjoying the bitch out? Yeah, I mean, and what you're asking is Rogan enjoying being a bitch? Because he did it. I call it the bitch up. I call it the bitch up. Rogan did the bitch up. He does the apology or whatever, and then the apology doesn't ever do what you want it to do. It might still be what you need to do. But Joe Rogan shouldn't need to bitch up to Spotify. Joe Rogan and Spotify have $100 million agreement. Joe Rogan has done nothing to damage the brand of Spotify. A bunch of dummies have tried to damage the brand of Spotify by making noise over Joe Rogan. But Spotify chose Joe Rogan's content, and the content that people are bitching about is Joe Rogan's pre-existing content that Spotify knew of, was aware of, bought, promised to put up, and not censor. They're not removing, some of the episodes that they're removing are newer ones from, after the deal, and many of them are from before. They should be in solidarity with their purchase. That's what exclusivity is. That's what exclusivity agreements are for. And that's what we're going to talk about more in just a minute. I hope he's enjoying the bitch up. I hope he's realizing that it's a bad play. Doesn't work. Notice his friends, all of The Rock. Oh, I never knew he said the N-word. You didn't, huh? You didn't. Just a little bit ago, you were, "Oh, Joe, have me on the show. I'm The Rock. I'm a big Samoan guy. So cool, so cool. I'm in everything, and everybody loves me. Oh, have me on the show, Joe. It'd be great. We'll have some drinks and have some fun." Oh no, Joe said the N-word before. Ooh, ooh. Put on my fairy tutu and run. Fuck off. Fuck off, Dwayne. Imagine having that much muscle and being such a bitch as Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Oh, and by the way, yes, I'd say it to his face, and yes, I'd say it on this podcast. If you want to come on, Dwayne, if you want to come on here, I'll call you a bitch to your face, and you can tell me why you're not. There you go. Gauntlet thrown. Challenge issued to Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Or if you want me to say it in person, I'll call you a bitch to your face too. Yeah. Because that's what happens when someone's being a bitch. Billy Witch Doctor says, so Marky and Monica finally did their fat cast, eh? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And we'll see if they got the audio issues ironed out. And by ironed out, what I mean is if they ironed out the cellulite on their thighs that was rubbing together, causing the background hum on the audio. That's what I mean. Music and Fiction says, good evening, Nick. Number one, your package is at your post office. Wrong. It's on my kitchen counter. Let the salt flow. Number two, the Supreme Court ruling about gerrymandering is going to be big, especially in pushing back against North Carolina's Supreme Court. Here's to it. Hashtag salt. No, it's a good ruling. It's a good ruling. Gerrymandering should be allowed. It's in the Constitution that the states will choose the manner of their own elections. The states will do it. Gerrymandering doesn't impact anyone's right or ability to vote. It doesn't reduce their vote because it situates their vote the same way. See, your vote can only be, and Lynn Wood found this out, right? This is called consistency. Lynn Wood found out that your vote can't be categorized as a Democrat or Republican vote. It can only be similarly situated with other voters. They can't presume the outcome of a particular voter's vote. So no one is entitled to Lynn Wood's vote for a Republican. That doesn't exist. Lynn Wood doesn't have a vote for a Republican. Lynn Wood has a vote. Just like, that fucking lady who, shit. I can't remember her name. She ran for governor and lost and then became a big giant organizer and is fully corrupt. She has a vote too. It's not a Democrat vote. I mean, they effectively come out that way, but remember, votes are not votes until they're cast, and no one has a right to an outcome of a particular vote. And if they did, Stacey Abrams, thank you. I knew you guys would know it if I say ran for governor and was corrupt. No one has a right to an outcome of a vote. Imagine if they did. Imagine if Biden, for example, sued because someone voted Republican and he was entitled to their Democrat vote because they were a registered Democrat. They knew Corn Pop was a bad dude and they were black, for example. And so he's like, oh man, that guy's going to vote for me. He's got to. It's required by law. And then that guy votes Republican. Then Joe Biden's like, nope, that's a Democrat vote. I'm entitled to that. No, you were not. And that's the problem with this. If you are similarly situated in a gerrymandering situation, you are similarly situated to everyone else within your district. Just because the district looks retarded, looks like modern art. I mean, that doesn't make it so you somehow have an entitlement to a different district. You get the district that the legislature draws. All right. Trent Michaels says, if you're going to review this podcast, you should bring me on. I do Vic updates on occasion. I've been following since the beginning. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I'm not denying that you do Vic updates or that you've been following since the beginning, but I don't know that I'm going to bring anyone on for this. You guys don't understand. Jamie Markey and Monica, their podcast that we're going to listen to is the same thing as that person in junior high writing a note. Do you still like me? Yes, no, and handing it to me. They're sad. They want to know that I still love them. They're begging for the answer. And you guys may laugh. You guys may think that's a joke. I'm dead serious. I have not been talking about the Vic case for the past year and a half. And they don't know if I love them or not. And they need to know. They need to know. That's the only. This podcast doesn't make sense. It's so ill-timed. It's such a waste of effort. And you'll see as we go through it. I haven't even listened to it, and I know you're going to see as we go through it. They want me to do this. And so I'm going to check yes. Going to check yes. I still love you. And I will review your stupid fat cat podcast. I will review it. You gross, blubbery, cellulose infested, disgusting harlots. Okay. Travis Dudzinski says, cheers to one of the humblest, helpful men, Jordan Peterson. Ricada and Peterson content is all I need in 2022. And by the way, I would love to talk to Mr. Jordan Peterson. I think the guy's fascinating. I think we'd have a great conversation. He's a guy who can do long conversations, and I would love to talk to him. I think he has so much potential. And the funniest thing is just what a villain he became, because he said, think about this. Diminutive Canadian psychologist Jordan Peterson. All he did was say, oh, by the way, men could use some help too. That's it. That is it. That is the most radical thought of probably 2019, when he really burst through. I think that was 2019, maybe it was 2018, whatever. That was the most radical thing someone could say is, by the way, men could use some help too. Wait, let's see. We'll get this. That's what happened when Jordan Peterson suggested the possibility that men could say, hey guys, here's a hand, grab it. Franco Miranda. That was horrifying. Sorry. I get wrecked. Franco Miranda says, long time no see, Nick. They better hope appeals don't go in Vic's favor. Otherwise, they should expect the podcast to be included in future motions. Hate how long this is taking, and I'm expecting a partial reversal. We'll see, man. I have no expectations right now. I just want the court to rule, and I want to get past everything. I want everybody to move on. And I cannot wait. I cannot wait for you guys to see what's coming down the road. That's to my animus out there, my good peoples. Guys, Matsuri this year is going to be lit up in the best ways. And I just really can't wait for you guys to go on that journey with me. Am I going to do a Reacher watch party since it stars Thad? I've been thinking about it, but I was like, is it going to be as funny That's so funny. I don't know if he's going to be funny, but he's big, so that's kind of good. Sniper's Nest says, Nick, need your help. At Kate Nicole won election as libertarian in Austin, Pennsylvania, and is being quo warrantoed by the county DA. No local attorney will help. If you know anyone, we'll get them money. Sniper's Nest, I don't particularly know anyone off the top of my head in Pennsylvania, but I feel like I've got some people in my network in Pennsylvania. If any of those Pennsylvania attorneys that are in my network or extended are out there, or paralegals who know anything about that, please hit me up, and we can, if we can make a connection, let's do it. Question mark says, so at this point, why in God's blessed name would anyone pay a single cent in taxes? Well, because if you don't, you go to prison. And that's the short answer. That's why people pay taxes, because if they don't, they go to prison. True Anana Shabbat, bad pressure, bad calf care says 30 years from now, someone pulls up this video when Nick shoots someone over putting jelly on top of his peanut butter, claiming cereal isn't soup, unbreaded. You shut your mouth. Peanut butter goes on one slice of bread. Jelly goes on the other. AD says, Nick, are you going to watch the Showtime documentary? It's going to be all white. Wait, what? I don't know. I've never even heard of it. Okay, let's briefly talk Rogan, right? That's the first thing we're doing today. Unbreaded. Okay. Touchdown. On paper, unbreaded. Die. Sorry, just kidding. Don't cancel me, YouTube. Don't cancel me, Internet Archive. The Internet Archive shut him down. Can you believe that? Holy shit. Matthew Harris has been pulled from the Internet Archive. Let's see if we've got this. Oh, perfect. Turn this stupid fucking thing off. Let's see how this is classified. All right, we're talking Joe Rogan now. Oh, wait, I'm supposed to start off with SCOTUS. Shit. Let me start off with SCOTUS. Hold on, I got to put these monitors in. Can you say True Anana Shabbat, bad pressure, bad calf care with auto tune? I got to do it melodically, right? But True Anonymous Shabbat, bad pressure, bad calf care. There you go. That's for you. Let's get Supreme Court on gerrymandering. Supreme Court gerrymander. Okay. Mel Thornell, I didn't miss your super chat. I do $20 plus super chats first, typically speaking, and then I do all of the other super chats as we go through the show, typically near the end. But for you, since I don't think you knew that, and I'm happy to have you here, for you, I'll read it because I found it. Mel Thornell says gerrymandering doesn't need to be weird shapes. Politicians are just bad at gerrymandering because they're largely lawyers and not mathematicians. That is true. Okay, let's get this gerrymandering article up real quick. Start here. Supreme Court stops lower court order. Now listen to what the lower court order was, and this is what makes it amazing. Requiring Alabama to draw a new district voting map favorable to Black residents. Now, what does that actually mean? What does favorable to Black residents mean? Because I think of favorable to Black residents in a different way than what this article means. Just a thought that I don't see Democrat voting as favorable to black residents. But I'm guessing that's what the article actually means uh, with the text here. What do you guys think? Does favorable to black residents means guaranteeing a Democrat in power? Because to me, that is the opposite of favorable. To me, that's plantation mentality, and the Democrat plantation is nasty. It's really nasty in the South. They have the Democrats in the South have a horrific history of on race. And so that's what I think that means to me. Let's see what the article says. A divided Supreme Court on Monday restored an Alabama congressional map that creates only one district favorable to a black candidate. Oh, so black voters are only served by black candidates? Is that what we're going with here? Is that the racist line that we're going with here? That you can only be favorable black politician if you or favorable to black candidates if you are voters if you're a black candidate. That doesn't seem racist at fucking all. I don't know. That is amazing. That's amazing. Amazing. Amazing what they have done, how they have turned the tables on this to say, well, yeah, I mean, if you're black, then you must want a black candidate. Because remember, that's where it starts. Black residents, black candidate. Insane. And put on hold a lower court's order that said a second district was necessary to comply with the Voting Rights Act. This is unconstitutional. It was when it started. Look, again, I will deferentially say there are probably some people who believe that the Voting Rights Act had a proper motive, had a proper goal to promote equal voting rights between races. Sure. Okay. I'll accept that. It's still unconstitutional. And if it was such the right move to make, you should have passed a fucking amendment and not leaned on the court to change the Constitution for you. That's why the Constitution exists. That's why it exists. That's why it's always existed. That's the whole point, is that we remove from the democratic process the sway of the day. And the sway of the day was to say that we have to go ahead and ensure these voting rights for these poor people who can't figure out voting rights on their own. I mean, oh my God, can you even believe how these low IQ people are supposed to get into the polls if the lovely Democrats don't come in and help them? Oh, geez. I mean, a black person can't even find a voting booth. That's how they think, by the way, that black people can't find an ID or a voting booth, that they're all just sitting around, wandering around the streets on foot because none of them have cars or licenses or lives or jobs or names or income or anything like that. The government has to come in and bust them in to vote for Democrats. That's how Democrats view blacks on voting. And it's disgusting. It's been that way since the Voting Rights Act was passed. And believe me, at the time that they passed the Voting Rights Act, the Democrats in office really did not like black people. That's been true forever. And it's not any less true today. But that's where we are. That is where we are. And it's disgusting. I hate this stuff personally. I find it to be about as close to offended as I can get. This idea that black people are so fucking incapable of voting, of going to a location and punching a hole on a card or writing their name or whatever, that the Democrats believe that they need all of the help in the world. Oh, and by the way, that help is contingent upon them voting Democrat. It's disgusting. No different today than it was when it was passed. But let's say that some people may have had a noble idea about it. I doubt it. That's gone. That's long dead. And no one genuinely believes that this is actually going on unless they're retarded. Over the objections of Chief Justice John G. Roberts Jr. and the court's 3 liberals, just say the court's 4 liberals. Just say it. Can we stop pretending that John Roberts is anything but a liberal on the court? Of course he is. Of course he is. He has been for a long time. And that's fine. John, it's fine. Just be honest about who you are. I don't know why we're trying to pretend that he's anything other than a liberal on the court. Its 5 most consistently conservative justices halted a decision last month by 3 federal judges. The panel threw out Alabama's new congressional map, which included only one congressional district with a majority of black voters, even though they make up more than a quarter of the state's population. The court's ruling was a blow to voting rights advocates and Democrats after a series of redistricting wins over the past several weeks. It means the 2022 congressional elections in Alabama will take place under a map drawn by the state's Republican leaders. This is how it's supposed to be. But it also signaled that the court's more conservative majority is suspicious of a Voting Rights Act precedent that Alabama said requires legislatures to prioritize race over traditional redistricting techniques. Look at this. So they're bitching about gerrymandering, but the decision that they're overturning was literally race-based voting districts being requiring racial considerations in voting districts. That's what the court fixed today. The court fixed race-required voting. Amazing. But remember, it's the wrong race. It's the wrong race. You get to require black only policies because that's how those blacks will get helped by the noble fucking Democrats. God, disgusting. Just disgusting people. Oh, okay. Jake, thanks for the donation. Question mark says, listen, you lightweight fink. At no point should anyone in the chat fund their own tyranny this year by paying taxes. Look, first of all, I'm ethically obligated to suggest that not paying taxes is illegal and could be very, very detrimental to your personal well-being. That said, what you do on your taxes is your decision. It's not mine. And you should not take legal advice from me. I'm not giving it. I'm not your attorney. You talk to your own attorney about that. But that being said, question mark. Thank you. I do appreciate the donations, but you have to understand that I have a literal ethical obligation, and I cannot condone that activity. As an attorney with a license, my free speech is somewhat constrained in a couple very limited and specific ways, and outright endorsing unlawful activity is one of the ways that I am not allowed to act. Lost Bullets says, can I have a toast to my grandfather? He died today, ending 80 days of suffering, a true Englishman and the only real man in my life. Oh, man. What's up? What's up, Lost? Sorry to hear that, buddy. Of course. Of course. Grandpas, man. Grandpas are cool. Do you guys know how cool grandpas are? So, look, when most of us meet our dads, right? And our dads can be great. This is not a knock on dads. Believe me, I'm not a dad knocker. That sounded gay. But when most of us meet our dads, they're young, right? They're young. And you guys know how it is when you're young or when you were young. Either way, your life is in this weird state where people don't respect you. You're really trying to get ahead. You're stressed out. You're working hard. You're trying to do all these things and put it all together. And things aren't always the best. Things haven't come together and coalesced for a lot of guys in their 20s to early 30s. That takes time to get established. So we meet our dads at this time where they're frustrated. Things may for a lot of dads, not all dads, of course. Some guys are successful very early and have it together right away and all that. But a lot of us meet our dads at this awkward point in their lives, and then they grow and mature in front of us, and they become the men that we want to be. Hopefully, not always, but hopefully they become the men that we want to be. that we want to follow, and we learn these values from them one way or another, either through their example or through their mistakes, right? Grandpas are different, because when we meet our grandpas, a lot of times they're past that. Now I'm talking in general generalities here. Obviously, there's going to be differences for, different people have different experiences, but grandpas are past that. And they have this, a lot of times, this level of cool to them. And that cool level is summarized this way: son, I've been through some shit. They don't say it that way, though, because they're grandpas and they're too cool to say that. But that's what they mean. I've been through some shit. I've been through shit jobs. I've dealt with shit people. Many of our grandpas fought a war. They did some military service. They've been through some shit. They've seen shit change in the country at a rate that no one else in your life at the time you meet them is cognizant of. And so they've got that aura around them of cool and calmer sort of demeanor, in my opinion, than dads do. Dads grow into it. And so that's what a grandpa brings to you. And they bring that break and that maturity, hopefully, into the lives of their grandchildren. So to Lost's grandpa, 80 days of suffering. And he calls him a true Englishman and the only real man in my life. And so here's what I will say to Lost's grandfather: may he find peace and his family find peace in the end to suffering. But the man of character that you describe tells me that 80 days of suffering was nowhere near the worst endeavor he's had to endure. And he would happily do it 80 days more for his children and his grandchildren. Cheers, brother. Godspeed. Junebug says, Nick, it is not black people that can't vote. Or it's not that black people can't vote. It's that they don't want to. Oh, I believe me. No one, you will rarely find someone more adamant than me that black people are fully capable of voting on their own. Thank you very much. They're just fine. They can handle it. I know it's going to be tough, but they can manage it. My mom, grandma, and uncles don't vote because they don't like the people running. They haven't voted since 2012. It's shocking. It's almost like black people are fully autonomous and can make their own decisions. And there's a group of really nasty people out there who don't think that's true. Jake says the soft bigotry of low expectations. That's exactly what it is. Perfect follow-up chat. And Blackwing02 says, could it be possible that the majority of blacks live in that district and every white and everywhere else they're a minority of the population in other districts? Nope. Clearly it's racism. Yep. It's insane. It is absolutely insane. Zach Weber says this is coming from someone who lives in rural Minnesota, not in a big city. Dude, I was born in Houston, Texas. I was born in Houston, Texas, family in Houston, Texas, for a very long time. Houston is part of my identity. When I go back to Texas, I go to Houston because that's a lot of ways that I define home. When I grew up, I was the minority. That's how it was. My coming to Minnesota was very weird because there were so many kids that looked, quote unquote, looked like me. And in Texas, there was not. So, cheers, you weirdo. Okay, back to this. The majority, Justice Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, Neil Gorsuch, and Brett Kavanaugh and Amy Coney Barrett did not provide a reason for stopping the lower court's decision, which is common when the Supreme Court considers an emergency petition. But Kavanaugh, joined by Alito, wrote separately to say the changes ordered by the lower court came too close to qualifying and primaries for the fall election and could create chaos. He denied the court was making new law with the ruling, saying it would allow for an orderly examination of the challenge to Alabama's redistricting, stated 7 congressional districts, 6 of them held by Republicans. So that's another thing. We saw this actually during the Trump election in a little bit of a different way. They said It's too close. It's too close. You've got all this stuff going on, and you waited too long. Now it's a little bit different in this type of fight because in voting for a president, your district matters, but it doesn't matter, if that makes sense. It doesn't matter in the same way that it does voting for a congressman, because you're voting for your representative of that district when you're voting for Congress. But when you're voting for a president, you're voting for everybody's representative. So it's a little bit different there. But we see a similar theme. It's too close, and you can't expect people to adjust all this right on the heels of the election, or right on the toes of the election. The dick. What are we saying here? But anyway, so that's a big part of this. But again, the reality is that the presumption, the constitutional presumption, is that the states get to decide how to draw their own districts. That's what the state legislatures get to do. And a court coming in and overriding a legislative act just because they don't like it is, I'm sorry, too fucking bad. You don't like it. Let's see. Dissenting. Saying it would allow for an orderly examination. The state has 7 congressional districts, 6 of them held by Republicans. Yep. Good. 6 of them held by Republicans. They're mad that the one district held by Democrats is the primarily black district. What they wanted to do was spread enough. This is how racist they are. They wanted to spread enough blacks into other districts in Alabama to turn the Republican, some of the Republican districts Democrat. Yeah, you heard that. They believe that if they put more black people in a district, it'll automatically be Democrat, because they believe that black people are incapable of determining who they will vote for, and that they will only vote on a party line. Because to them, blacks aren't people. They are a resource or commodity. Justin Parrish says, good news, everyone. My grandpa is now cancer-free after an experimental treatment and 2 years of chemo. He caught the no-symptom coof during treatment. He still has lingering coof pneumonia and is on track for full recovery. Justin, that's great. That's great. Enjoy your time with your grandpa, man. Take it from a dude who lost 2 grandpas. The 2 things I will regret most in life is not taking my grandpa up on the offer to teach me guitar and Polish. Because today, all the work that I didn't want to do when I was a kid seems so fucking trivial in the value that learning Polish and guitar from my grandpa would have brought. So take them up on their offers to spend time with you. JC Caballero says, a toast to my grandfather. He stepped up when my father decided to be a deadbeat. He became my surrogate father, raised me, and taught me to be the man I am today. 75 years of life, Arsenio, and many more to come. Gracias. JC Caballero to Arsenio. Again, grandpas are there when our dads aren't. And this is to the dads out there. Your kids' grandpas are there for when you need that boost. Cheers to them. Cheers to Arsenio. May many more years come. Okay. Dissenting Justice Elena Kagan, joined by Justices Stephen Breyer and Sonia Sotomayor, called the order a disservice to black Alabamians. Because if anybody knows black Alabamians, it's these 3 who have probably never been to Alabama in their entire lives and might actually recoil in fear when the only black person around them walks in. That's Clarence Thomas, by the way, who under Supreme Court precedent have had their electoral power diminished in violation of a law this court once knew to buttress all of American democracy. It was never, ever about American democracy. The Voting Rights Act was not. And we do not have a democracy. We have a constitutional republic. And there's a reason, and this is one of them. Unanimous lower court panel noted that over the past decade, The number of white Alabamians has declined while the state's black population grew and now accounts for 27% of the state's overall population. That means the state's map should contain 2 districts with either black majorities or in which black voters otherwise have an opportunity to elect representatives they favor, the panel said. That's not actually how math works. That's not how math works. Just because 27% of the overall state's population exists doesn't mean that that 27% will be evenly sprinkled between 2 particular districts that will then both be Democrat. That's not how that goes. that's that's not how it happens. That's very weird. Black voters have less opportunity than other Alabamians to elect candidates of their choice to Congress. Well, again, look at how offensive this is. Their choice must be the black. It's like this is the Supreme Court. These are Supreme Court justices who are without a drop of irony saying, well, they're black, so they would vote for the black. I mean, amazing. Oh, God, it's the level of horror in this statements coming from the Supreme Court is insane. The panel wrote, finding challengers on the map were substantially likely to prevail on claims that the new maps violate the Voting Rights Act. We find that the plaintiffs will suffer an irreparable harm if they must vote in the 2022 congressional elections based on a redistricting plan that violates federal law, the ruling stated. Does it violate federal law? The Voting Rights Act has been pared back by the Supreme Court multiple times over the past couple of years. The panel was composed of Judge Stanley Marcus from the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit, nominated by Bill Clinton, and District Court Judges Anna Manasco and Terry F. Moorer, both chosen by President Donald Trump. The case is the first for current Supreme Court justices to consider how to apply the Voting Rights Act to racial gerrymandering. In 2019, the court said federal courts had no role in policing partisan gerrymandering. So notice this, and this is what I was referencing a bit ago. This shouldn't be a surprise to anybody because the Supreme Court that currently exists has not been a fan of partisan gerrymandering or racial gerrymandering or, frankly, the Voting Rights Act. In fact, if you pay attention to any of this stuff, you'll know that the media was kvetching over the fact that the Voting Rights Act has largely been gutted by the Supreme Court and barely has any power remaining. As it should, because voting should not be racist. It should not be based on race. It should be based instead on just raw numbers and presumption, in my humble opinion. But the states get to choose how to do it. And if you give the states the power to do it, they're going to do it. Maybe they're going to do it in a way that says, oh, well, we're going to do this for our party. And that's too fucking bad. You better win your state legislature then. Or you pass a constitutional amendment that says, we live in a different time than when the founding of the country occurred. And so, we're going to go ahead and do it different now. They can do that. They can do that. Except, the problem is they wouldn't win, right? Like and they know they would not win on this issue. And so that's why they don't. Roberts acknowledged the court's precedents have engendered considerable disagreement and uncertainty regarding the nature and contours of a vote dilution claim. The court's precedent. Wait a minute. You said you guys refused to take up vote dilution during the 2020 election. You refused to do it. You said your votes aren't diluted. You can't be diluted. You're similarly situated. You don't have standing as a voter to do it. That's what you guys said. That's what the courts, the federal district courts said. The Supreme Court refused to rule on that. Fuck you. That's your choice. You chose that, Roberts. You did it. It's your court that did that. Everyone would love to take up, because see, that'd be the trade-off, right? If they would have taken on any of the Trump lawsuits and said, oh, voting dilution can be a thing, maybe they'd have something here, but they didn't. They didn't do it. But he said the panel had followed Supreme Court commands and produced an extensive opinion with no apparent errors for our correction. He would have allowed the lower court opinion to stand for the 2022 election, set the case for argument next term. That's because he's a giant fucking cuck. That's because that's what Roberts is. He's a giant cuck. Oh my God. The case was part of a nationwide legal battle as the states redraw districts after the 2020 census. State Supreme Courts in Ohio and North Carolina have struck down congressional maps drawn by Republican legislatures in those states, saying they violated their constitutions. Ohio's court, and the state constitutions and the state law should be what controls. So if the state Supreme Court says that, then, maybe. Ohio's court ruled the legislature had violated a constitutional amendment banning partisan gerrymandering. And again, states can do that. North Carolina judges said the map violated the state's constitution's free elections clause, equal protection clause, free speech clause, and the freedom of assembly clause. In both cases, the maps must be redrawn. Justice Department has intervened in Texas. The Justice Department is not Texas, suing the state over its new congressional map over complaints that it violated the Voting Rights Act by not drawing any additional Latino majority seats in a state where the population grew by 4 million people. Race-based voting is what they're asking for. It's what they're asking for. And remember, oh yeah, sure, we've got more Latinos in Texas now than we had ever before. But let's say any other state wanted to make more white majority seats in their state. Any state. Would anybody in the mainstream media, would any Supreme Court justice say that that was okay? And by the way, I'm a simple man. I'm not actually for any of this shit. I think they should just carve everything up into a fucking grid. That's what I think. I think they should carve everything up into a grid. I don't care who's in it. That's me. I'm old-fashioned that way. But that's not what we do. It's not up to me. But if they wanted to make more white majority Senate seats, House seats, there's no fucking way anybody would say that was okay. Oh my God. There would be burning, looting, and murdering, I think is what it's called. Challengers of the Alabama plan said they hoped the setback was temporary. Supreme Court's decision to intervene is disheartening, but the facts are clear. Alabama's current congressional map violates the Voting Rights Act. They should just go ahead and remove the Voting Rights Act. It is garbage. Said Deul Ross, senior counsel at the NAACP Defense and Education Fund. The litigation will continue. We are confident that Black Alabamians will eventually have the congressional map they deserve, one that fairly represents all voters. Okay, you get the idea. We don't need to talk about this anymore. This is a tired sort of thing. Let me get to the other article. That's gerrymandering in a nutshell, right? You choose to draw your electoral maps favorably to your party and to your own reelection. Of course you do. Of course people do that. That's fine. That's actually a risk, by the way, because voters may not like that. They might not say, hey, don't presume my vote. Don't do that. The reality is, right now, it's the left bitching about gerrymandering. At other times, it'd be the right. But right now, it's the left. And if they were in power, they would be doing the exact same thing. And if you need any evidence of it, just look at the map of every major metropolitan city in the country. And guess what you will find? Gerrymandering. And guess what? Good. Because if the state constitution allows it and the state legislature wants it, that's all it takes. That's it. You can change it by passing a state constitutional amendment or a federal amendment. Either one of those things, you can do it. Again, my personal preference, I wouldn't want gerrymandering. What I would want is just a grid-based districts. That's it. That's all I want. That's all I want in life. I'm a simple man. I think that's a great plan. There'd be some districts with like no voters in it. I don't care. I don't care how fucking impractical it is. It's not my problem. Make it a grid. Make it a grid. Okay, let's get back to this. Oh, we've got James Carson says, will this affect Ohio's redistricting issues? Ohio courts have rejected the map twice now. Nope. No, Ohio's state courts have done this. Ohio state courts. This was a federal court, a federal appeals court in Alabama that denied the redistricting plan. In Ohio, it was a state Supreme Court. And the state Supreme Court is probably the proper place for this, because if it's not valid under your state constitution, then you can't do it. If Ohio State's constitution says you can't do a gerrymandered map, good. That's what they chose. They put that in their constitution. That should be honored. But this wasn't what they were doing in Alabama. Alabama's state constitution allows for the gerrymandered map. This is them saying it violates the Voting Rights Act, which is a federal law that seeks to control how the southern states control their elections. Voting Rights Act doesn't actually apply in northern states because it's racist. Because it was never about anything other than power. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Look at this. Look at the framing. I was waiting for you guys to see it in the chat. Look at the framing. Podcaster Joe Rogan gets $100 million offer from Trump-affiliated site Rumble. Trump-affiliated site Rumble? How is Rumble a Trump-affiliated site? I'm not actually sure about that. How is Trump on Rumble? Does Trump invest in Rumble? I mean, Rumble would love to have, I'm sure, a Trump video channel. They'd make $1 billion. But how is that? Here we go. Rumble Inc., a YouTube-style website popular among U.S. conservatives, has offered Joe Rogan $100 million over 4 years for all his shows, days after the podcaster apologized for using racial slurs in his content. He should not have apologized. I know my friend Dick Masterson disagrees with me. And when I go visit him in LA, I will tell him, I will say, listen, buddy, you better apologize for being pro-apology, you fuck. That's what I'm going to tell him. Okay. Rogan is also facing backlash for COVID-19 misinformation in his program hosted on Spotify after singer-songwriters, including Neil Young and Joni Mitchell, pulled their content from the streaming platform. Who fucking cares about Neil Young and Joni Mitchell in 2022? The incidents prompted Spotify to add a content advisory to any episode featuring discussions of COVID-19. And medical professionals, this is not actually true, urge the platform to prevent Rogan from spreading falsehoods. That's in reference to a group of 270 medical doctors or whatever. And the majority of them were not doctors at all. Not in any way. Dear Joe, we stand with you, your guests, and your legion of fans in desire for real conversation. Rumble CEO Chris Pavlovsky sent an email to Rogan posted on Rumble's Twitter page on Monday. How about you bring all your shows to Rumble, both old and new, with no censorship for $100 million over 4 years? Rogan did not immediately respond to Reuters' request for comment. His show, The Joe Rogan Experience, has become one of the most popular podcasts on Spotify after the streaming platform started featuring it in 2020. Wall Street Journal had then reported that Spotify's exclusive licensing deal for the show is worth more than $100 million. Shares of CF acquisition. The SPAC that has agreed to take Rumble public surged more than 18% on the news. The deal announced in December has valued Rumble at $2.1 billion. Launched in 2013, Canada-based Rumble has imagine being Canada-based and having a higher mind for freedom. Fucking American companies. That's probably the deal. That's probably how Rumble can afford it. It's probably in Canadian dollars. Oh shit. Now I understand it. Now I get it. Uh Canada-based Rumble has also entered into agreement to deliver video and streaming for Truth Social, former US presidential Donald Trump's proposed social media app. Okay, so that's the Trump affiliated is because of Truth Social, I guess. Let's see. That's that. So here's the deal, guys. Let's talk about this. What is an exclusivity agreement anymore? Like let's think about this. Joe Rogan has an exclusive deal with Rumble, or not with Rumble, with Spotify, right? Spotify promised Joe Rogan could come on their platform and it would not censor him. $100 million. Please just come on here, do your show only here. Here's where it is. Here's where it lives. We're going to host all your episodes, all your old ones, bring them over. Let's get it done. 100 million bucks. Joe said, yeah, that's a lot of DMT. I'm down. Okay, cool. Almost immediately, they pulled 3 episodes with Alex Jones. Almost immediately, they did that. Rogan said nothing. Probably because he had 100 million reasons to not say anything. Right? 100 million reasons to say, okay, well, we'll host those somewhere else, or people have them archived, whatever we got to do. But on balance, largely they're not really censoring us. Just on these 3 for Rogan, or for Alex Jones. And Alex he's kind of an inflammatory guy. And they knew these existed. They said they wouldn't do it, but then they did anyway. But Rogan said nothing. Had 100 million reasons not to. Right? And look, let's be real. At the end of the day, $100 million. That is fuck you money. There's rich, and then there's really rich, and then there's comically rich. Okay? And you look at it this way. Rich is $10 million. And look, I know for wealthy is $1 million. Let's do that. Wealthy is $1 million. Rich is $10 million. Really rich is $100 million. And comically rich is $1 billion plus. And then you get to individual grades above that. Like obviously Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos are in different worlds than anyone else on the planet will ever be, or whatever. That's fine. But those are kind of the tiers. Those are kind of the tiers that we go to. $100 million puts you in a different category of money. You look at the world in a different way. The reason I'm able to say this is I know people who work with $100 million plus people. And it's a different perspective, because when you get to like the $100 million era, it takes a lot to not be there anymore. It takes a lot to not be a 100 millionaire ever again, because it's hard to outspend what you'll get from that. It's hard to outspend that kind of money. I mean, you certainly can. Mike Tyson could spend it in a day. He could do that. No problem. Any rapper, Vanilla Ice could burn through 100 million in an hour, because they're retarded people, and that's fine. They're retarded in the best ways. That's why we love them. But for normal people, I mean, when you have $100 million, it's like, well, I want to buy this car, but it's $200,000. And you're like, yeah, you're going to make it back really quickly, like very fast. You will recover a $200,000 expense. Even if you don't have any income, the interest on the money that you're earning, the investments that you've made, the life insurance policies, structuring out your beautiful drawdown that you can borrow against and like it's crazy. When you get to that level of money, you can borrow money against the LIBOR interest rates. Okay. And right now, if you borrow against a LIBOR interest rate, or no, yes, you, how do I word this? You can borrow at the LIBOR interest rate and invest and earn money on your own money. You can borrow against yourself and then reinvest and earn more money than you're actually paying in interest. That's crazy. It's multiplicative money that you don't have to do anything for when you get up to that level of spending. LIBOR has been transitioned away. Okay, but it's the same principle. Your ability to aggregate your income is monumentally higher than than the lower tiers of money, because you don't need the money right now. You don't need $100 million today, unless you're buying like a company. But you put that money to work so effectively and so easily. And because you have such a large amount of money, there are different investment opportunities available to you that are shocking. You could take out a mortgage, for example, and then invest it and make more money on the money that you took out, and then deduct the interest that you paid on the money that you borrowed so that you could invest the money. Like, people with that much money take debt for fun because they profit from the debt. Again, it's a wild level of difference from the average American's experience. That's why Joe Rogan doesn't want to do this. That's why he doesn't want to say anything. Because, I mean, yeah, he's got principles and stuff, but at the same time, he wants a Ferrari, he buys a Ferrari. That'd be fucking cool. All right. So with that said, that should be ironclad. It should be an agreement. It should have been hammered out. Joe Rogan knew they would come for him. So we presume that he had to negotiate out. Yeah, you can't just cancel me now. You can't just bring me over and cancel me, because he's foreclosing all opportunities other than Spotify to go to this thing. He can't be on YouTube in the same way. I mean, he can have like some sort of his clip channel and stuff like that, but he can't be on YouTube. He cannot live. Like, imagine if Joe Rogan, it's 11 million nightly viewers or weekly view, whatever, however often a show is, 11 million viewers per episode. Imagine if Joe Rogan just did a live stream and took super chats, but he didn't even have to read them. That amount of income that would come in on super chats is significant just by the numbers. It's a massive amount. Plus the advertising revenue that would come in is a massive amount. He's foregoing that. He says, nope, I'm going to exclusively stream on Spotify. I'm not going to take that income. He could put that podcast on any other platform as well and exploit the income possibilities there. Nope, he's going to do it through Spotify. That's that $100 million bought. He said, no, you can't do it. But that means he has foreclosed those opportunities while he's on the Spotify contract. So for them to come in and then censor him, for them to remove content, for them to make it inaccessible, suddenly we're in a different world here. And he has to decide how much he can tolerate with that. Now, with Rumble, they're offering the same thing, right? $100 million. Come over to us. We won't censor you, though. I like Rumble. But that was the same deal. That was the same deal, right? The same idea. There's a whole purpose of going to Spotify. Rogan was in danger of being censored on YouTube and other platforms because of his associations with people like Alex Jones. Can Rumble hold up to it? Can Rumble honor their end of the agreement? I think they want to. Angry Bailey says, wait, you said you hate Rumble. I don't hate Rumble. I hate the idea of doing another platform, any other platform. I hate Odyssey in the same way that I hate Rumble. Just any other thing to do is one more thing to manage and is a whole giant time sink. And I wish it's not the world we live in, but I wish it would be easy to just be on one place and be secure there, because it should be. But anyway, these exclusivity deals. The question we have to ask, and I don't know the answer, because again, I like what Rumble is doing. I like their energy. I like their spunk here. Oh shit. I just said I like their spunk here. That's disgusting. I like their chutzpah, right? To go ahead and say, hey, we'll give you $100 million and we won't fucking censor you. But I also have to believe that at the time Spotify said that, they believed the same thing. I really, really worry. Rumble's about to go public. Nick is being irrational about Rumble. Wait, what? How am I being irrational? Every single platform that you add is a layer of management that you have to deal with. That's it. That at the end of the day, that's the whole problem. I did my first one. It's Odyssey as an alternate platform. If I add Rumble, that means I add another link to create every single show. That's another whatchamacallit, another chat to monitor every single show, another comment section to manage every single show, another upload to manage every single show. Everything has to be done. I hate being on all these platforms. It's fucking aggravating. You can't do it. And yet you can hire people to help you with it to some extent, but then you're getting the filter of the person you hire. Let me take a brief tirade on this. I have been getting so many for weeks now, so many complaints, months, complaints about the mods on the YouTube channel, right? The mods on the YouTube channel, and just tons and tons, endless fucking complaints. Complaint. This mod's gay. This mod's gay with the other both these guys are docking constantly. This lady's terrible. Everybody. And it's basically any mod that does anything, of course, is going to piss someone off because they did anything. So I get it. And I have my mods' backs. I do have my mods' backs. And I that's why I haven't done anything about it other than make fun of them when they have, because sometimes their slap fights spill over into the chat and it's really fucking pitiful, but who cares, right? At the end of the day, it's just two people arguing, and that's something that people do. Fine. It doesn't really matter, but I get complaints about all of them constantly. And I think it's possible that even though I have the mods' backs and I'm like, whatever, that maybe they're not thinking necessarily, and not in nefarious ways, but just in the moment, they're not necessarily thinking of themselves as mods who are representing something else. And it's because they're not paid. I'm not paying these people. I'm not doing anything like that. They've never asked. Never asked for anything like that. And that's fine. I really appreciate the mods coming and doing it. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they spend so much time. But when they're arguing with someone else, that's them being them. And I say, be you. That's you. I'm not trying to stop any of that. I don't, it is what it is. But I'm trying to give the perspective difference here between how people view things, right? The person bitching at me is looking at the mod as a representative of me. I don't look at the mods that way. And I don't want the mods to do that either, because the mods are themselves. This is going to make sense in a second. Okay. That's why I have the mods back. And why when people complain at me, I'm like, well, okay, whatever. Thanks for letting me know. Whatever. That's the perspective difference that everybody has in this situation. You hire a social media manager, you're in the same boat. You're in the same boat. It's a little bit different. I mean, you're hiring a media manager and whatever, they're supposed to do your thing. But the only way you can ensure that they're doing the thing that you hired them to do is if you monitor everything they do, which is what you hired them to do in the first place. So managing multiple platforms becomes extremely tedious. Anyone with any level of content, it just does. The more content and engagement you have, the more tedious it becomes. And it's a problem that cannot and will not ever be resolved. It's not a possible resolution. And people will always be slighted and always be angry that you didn't address their thing. How it goes. Doesn't matter if you miss a super chat, they'll feel bad, or they'll be disheartened. And of course, they spend some money. Oh, if you miss my super chat, that sucks. And it does. If you miss an Odyssey chat, it sucks. And it does. And if you add Rumble and you miss a Rumble, or you miss a comment, he didn't respond over here. Oh, he's responding over there, not over here. It just becomes a giant pain in the ass. That's the whole thing. And I hate the fact that it is a pain in the ass. And there's no good way about it. Minds has this great thing, for example, where Minds will just mirror your tweets right onto Minds. I implemented that on Minds. I'm like, awesome. Every time I tweet, it's going to show up on Minds. It's going to be fucking cool. People on Minds can get my same stupid comments that they get on Twitter. I haven't been on Minds once since I did that. Because what reason do I have to go over there? So when you make it easier, and that's how Odyssey is, right? Like Odyssey is a multi-stream thing. And unfortunately, when I multi-stream to Odyssey, shit on if something's going to get missed, it's more likely that it's on Odyssey than somewhere else. It's not because I don't like it. It's just because 5,000 people are on YouTube and 150 people are on Odyssey. It's just the way it goes. The action is happening over here. So that's where you pay attention. It's not intentional. It's just what it is. And so it's the same thing. It's why the podcast episodes, which I am finding out there may be a way to actually make the podcast much more convenient. And I'm working on it. And yes, working on employing someone specifically to do this task, because that is part of it. But the podcast may be coming back. We'll see. Okay. But that's the whole thing. So Joe Rogan, that $100 million to go to one platform, that is the sweetest shit on earth. You take away all of the things that I just bitched about. All of that goes away if you have $100 million contract to pick one. Can you imagine? Most creators pick one by default because it's just too much work to pick 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. That's how most creators end up. Now imagine you took that decision that they already made. You say, here's $100 million to make it. Well, I mean, look, Rumble, I'm just saying. I have built quite a YouTube presence, but if Rumble wants to approach me with a solution, my ears are open. Joe Rogan, though, we're not talking about me. We're talking about Rogan. Should Joe Rogan move to Rumble? Let's be definitive here. Yes. Get the fuck off Spotify and get onto Rumble. Bring your 11 million people to alt tech. For the love of Christ, please bring 11 million eyeballs, earballs, and dick and balls to Rumble. Yes. Take their fucking money and make all the bankroll in the world with it. Do it, you motherfucker. But here's the thing, Rumble, you better not fuck up. You better not fuck it up, because Spotify fucked it up, and Patreon fucked it up, and YouTube fucked it up, and Twitch fucked it up, and Mixer fucked up by going out of existence. Everybody seems to fuck it up. Don't do it. There's no reason, no amount of blue-haired, fat fucking retards on Twitter trump your $100 million promise. No amount. I know they're all fat. I know there's a substantial amount of weight behind them, but not one of them is more important than the goddamn piece of paper you sign that says, I fucking promise. You promise, Spotify. And if Rumble, if you promise, better fucking deliver. Deliver it for all of our sakes. And when you go public and when you get that pressure and you've got funders who said, Joe Rogan, he said a thing about somebody and I don't really like what he said because I don't know, but you say, then get the fuck out. We have speech to save. And please, unlike literally everyone else, don't let us down. Don't let us down. I know it's silly. This is a podcast. This is some DMT-addled MMA never did announcer comedian talking with someone for 3 hours at a time. Like when you really break it down, I'm not shitting on Rogan here. I'll shit on Rogan because I hate his MMA commentary. That's it. That's the only thing I'll shit on Rogan for. I don't like his MMA commentary. It's not personal. I just don't like it. Not like it's bad. It's just not my thing. I like my MMA commentary better. That being said, and he knows MMA. I'm not even criticizing his knowledge. I just don't like his style. I don't know. Something about it pisses me off. It's just a guy talking to someone else on the internet. That's all this is in the abstract. But at its core, this is our fundamental ability to speak to the world. And Rumble and YouTube and Odyssey and everybody else has a sacred fucking responsibility. And to me, it is the most basic and important responsibility on the earth that if you facilitate the means of communication, then you are obligated to protect, expand, and open those means of communication. And all we've seen from everybody who does it is a constriction. Rumble, whether you get Joe Rogan or not, is irrelevant to me. I don't listen to the Joe Rogan Experience. Never have. I've heard a couple clips from it. Fine. Whatever. Not my thing. It's okay. But a whole lot of people do. And you're making a promise to those people that you will honor freedom of speech, even as a private company who doesn't have to. You better fucking deliver. Please. With that announcement and that rant and that tirade, I will be working on opening my Rumble page right away. Because the fucking cojones they have to put $100 million dick on the table and say, Joe, we'll do it. Just give us a shot. Put us in, coach, is the greatest fucking thing that any of these pussy ass companies have done. And I love that they have the money to do it. Do it. Do it. And all my bitching, I'm going to keep bitching about Rumble and Odyssey and everything and trying to figure out a way to incorporate everything. And some asshole out there is going to make a way and I'll never see it, but I'm going to keep bitching about it, but I'm going to fucking do it. And just saying, Rumble, there are substantial contracts that are out there. May not be $100 million today, but they might be worth $100 million in the future. All right, with that, let's hit a couple of these chats. And then we're going to go into that podcast. Abe Eckstein says Rumble is a 4-year deal versus Spotify was a 10-year deal. That's why it's enticing to Rogan. Good. S. Asp says Rumble is only partially going public. 5 or 15% is up for the public. To the person who has problems with the PA election, reach out to Robert Barnes. He is a constitutional election lawyer. He will know someone. Love you, Nick. Yeah, Barnes probably knows someone. We'll see. And then Ace of Spades says, oh, yes, Rumble, I love your spunk. Give me all that you got. Oh, yeah. Come here, Odyssey. You can get in on this, too. Both of you, give it to me. Preacher and Preacher. Hello, my brothers. How's it? Oh, dear Lord, what the hell is going on? Jackson Kai says, pick one, $100 million, a Supreme Court justice, $100 million. $100 million. 50 times out of 50. anyone who would pick Supreme Court justice over $100 million needs to have their head examined and shouldn't be on the Supreme Court. Look, if you went to every single Supreme Court justice and said $100 million or your seat, and any of them picked your seat, they should be removed from the Supreme Court immediately. Fuck off. Get out. I don't want you. I do not want you on the Supreme Court if you are dumb enough to take a Supreme Court seat over $100 million. 400 grand a year or $100 million. Nope. Get out. Get out. You don't deserve to be on the Supreme Court. You're a bad decision maker, objectively. Payoffs equal that. Not even close. Not even close. If you have $100 million, you don't need the type of payoffs a Supreme Court justice would get. You know you can make more than $100 million in the Supreme Court. There is no Supreme Court justice in the history of the United States that has been worth $100 million. Not even close. Not even close. I think there are a lot of people in this world who don't realize the disparity in wealth that $100 million is versus anything less. It's crazy. Let's see. I wonder if we've got let's see. Net worth estimators. In 2016, here we go. Listen to this. Breyer, Roberts, and Ginsburg are the richest Supreme Court justices. All right, you ready for this? At least 6. This is 2016, so there's a little inflation involved and little stuff like that. At least 6, and perhaps as many as all 8 U.S. Supreme Court justices are worth at least $1 million. Topping the list is Stephen Breyer, who is worth at least $6.1 million and possibly as much as $16 million going into 2016. Breyer's top holdings include stock in publishing company Pearson PLC, as well as property in New Hampshire and the Caribbean island of Nevis. Chief Justice John Roberts boasts the second highest net worth at least $4.2 million. Supreme Court justices versus $100 million. It's not even close. It's not even close. Again, and don't get me wrong, 400 grand a year, private security, all of that stuff that comes with being a Supreme Court justice, phenomenal deal. I don't know many people on earth who would turn their nose up at $400 million or $400,000 a year. That's good money. That's good money by basically anyone I've ever met status. I don't hang around with $100 million people. I kind of, I wish I was $100 million person for sure. But like the 400 grand a year, that's a real fucking good job. Make no mistake. And they get some other perks as well. $100 million, 25 million a year versus 400,000 a year is a comical amount of money. It's 100 times, right? It's because, or no, 400,000. No, it's not 100 times, but it's a lot. It's a lot of times. It's 58, 60 times the amount of money, something like that. Doing quick lawyer math, so someone will fix me on it, but it's a shitload more money. So anyway, okay. King Crab Cake says, "Hey guys, let's break Odyssey again. Lol, but all serious, Nick, how the heck do you earn these stupid credits? Feels like I should just gain an audience on YouTube first at this point, then work on Odyssey later." Look, I think if you really want to earn on Odyssey, and this is And it depends on how you're doing it, but I think you gotta commit to Odyssey and build the audience on the platform. And I don't know, some people are really, really good at it. Salty Cracker's really, really good at it. Ethan Ralph, his show is bigger than mine on Odyssey by a long shot. By a long shot. But you have to commit. You have to commit to the Odyssey. You have to commit to the platform. And the place where you commit your most of your attention is where you're going to grow the most. For me, I started doing that on YouTube. That was how I started. That's where my core audience is. And I know that some people have left and they don't like YouTube anymore. And I get it, but this is where I reach the most people. And so for me to change would require some kind of deal. It would require some sort of trade-off so that I would have a buffer time to build up the same type of audience somewhere else. And you'd hope that it would work. You'd hope that it would work, but it's tough. Idolani says, Nick, if you give a small bit of attention to Odyssey, you would have more people here. I do give a small bit of attention to Odyssey. That's about, again, it's a live show, and managing multiple chats is really, really not so simple. It just isn't. Scott Littler says 250 million is a better number for 10 million new subscribers. 100 million was before he proved he could get that on an exclusive platform. Maybe, but I think the 100 million over 4 years is a lot better than 100 million over 10. So, all right, let's do this. Where is it? I gotta find it. It's time. Where the fuck did it go? Okay, here we go. It's time for that part of the show. Oh, I said we'd talk about Ralph too. Fuck. Oh, the show's getting long. All right, okay, so many of you, let's briefly talk about Ethan Ralph. Many of you are aware of my ongoing sort of spat, dispute, whatever, with Ethan Ralph, the host of the Kill Stream. It's not much of a dispute at this point. I pop in and make fun of him from time to time when he does something stupid, and that's about it. Other than that, I'm not really thinking about Ralph most of the time. However, lately, Ralph has given everybody a lot of reasons to think about him, which can be good or bad depending on what you're doing in this type of entertainment industry. Having some attention is good. Ralph's most recent antics involve breaking up with yet another person. Now, full disclosure, Ralph broke up with me. He said I was a shyster lawyer, a traitor, disloyal, and everything else. And as a reminder, it was because I very politely laughed when he farted on his 24-hour live stream. And I said, hey, you're streaming for 24 hours. You're going to fart in your chair. I'm farting right now. And I will have let several go during this production, right? I will fart several times during this production because that's the nature of sitting in one place for multiple hours and living on a diet of soda. That's just what happens at the end of the day. That's okay. But that's what I did. I laughed at Ralph for farting on a stream, and I said, hey, it happens to everybody. Of course it does. What Ralph then did was he dug back a year into his book of grudges, like an angry dwarf, as V so eloquently put it, with his book of grudges. And he decided that I had actually betrayed him about a year prior, though he never decided to actually talk to me about this alleged betrayal. And the basis of that betrayal was simple. When Ralph was accused of uploading revenge pornography to the internet, he reached out to me for help. This is public. It's the only reason I can say it at all. I maybe could have said something about it, but the only reason I personally am saying anything about it at all is because Ralph made it public. I did not. I would not. I would have taken it all the way to my grave, no matter how much people bitched and shit all over me for it. That's part of being a lawyer. You have to do that. If someone asks you for something and you talk to them in confidence, you keep it in confidence because you're a fucking man. And that's the word that you make. All right. So I did. So I did. Well, I also, though, had a enemy, an A-log of Ethan Ralph on my podcast or on my show, and that was a guy named PPP. And we had a relatively civil discussion. There was a little bit of tension in the discussion as well. PPP said something at the end of the show that I thought was really disingenuous and dishonest. He and I have talked about it, and it's water under the bridge. But at the time, it was very lame to see. I called him out on the show when he did it. He said that I was lying the entire time. I was not. But that's how it went down. It was a mess. But that being said, I had PPP on the show, and PPP hates Ethan Ralph or whatever, and Ralph hates PPP. That's the more important thing. So apparently that was the big betrayal. And in that time, PPP asked me about this revenge porn topic. And I equivocated and deflected without mentioning that I had talked to Ethan Ralph about it, because in my mind, I thought, if there's this hot button issue and people say, I talked to a lawyer, some people look at that negatively. And so I thought, you know what? I'll just deflect it and not ever mention it because I don't have to. And that way, people don't draw a negative inference from Ralph reaching out to me, which I wouldn't want anyone to draw a negative inference from pursuing a lawyer. Because even if you're 100% innocent, talking to a lawyer is a useful thing. So, and that's all I will say about that conversation between Ralph and I. He has made a couple of those messages public, and that is where it will stay. I will not make any further messages public. I will not talk about what we said, and that's fine. There's no reason for me to ever do that. There never was until Ralph brought it up. Again, I don't know why, but some people live like this. So anyway, that is my full disclosure. Well, the same thing, not really the same thing, but a similar thing happened with Andy Worski, a guy named Andy Worski, who was co-hosting the Kill Stream. And then Ralph burned his bridge with Andy Worski over something. Same thing. He had PPP. He went on PPP's show sometime in the past. And then he said something to set Ralph off, and he went back to his book of grudges and got mad at Andy Worski. And so Ralph, to own Andy Worski, who was at some point going to move to Portugal and never did, Ralph's big own to Andy Worski was that he was going to take a trip to Portugal, where incidentally Andy's sister lives. And that was it was like an implied chest puff at his sister or something. I don't know. I don't speak gay idiot. So I don't necessarily know what's running through the mind of Ethan Ralph at any given moment, but that's what he did. He tried to muscle up on Andy Worski by taking a trip to Portugal, and he took a trip to Portugal. And while he was there, he got his purse stolen. Yes, I said that right. He got his purse stolen, and then he got beat the fuck to the dirt. His eyes are all puffy, ridiculous. His face looks like a battered potato. And it really sucks. And outside of the schadenfreude of it, it would be a shitty situation. But man, when you go and you try and like muscle up on someone's sister, and you try and make a big flex and a big show, and you go to own someone, and then you go and get your purse stolen, you get beat up. It's really fucking funny to the rest of the world. It is. So he got his purse stolen. He got beat up in Portugal. And then Daddy Jim, as Ralph would call him, Daddy Jim, Mr. Medicare, laughed at it too, because it's funny. It just is. If Ralph went to Portugal and didn't like try to flex on Andy or anybody else, if he just went to Portugal, it wouldn't be funny if he got beat up. But in context, it sure was. And so Jim laughed. And then Ralph, that was Ralph's time to melt down on Jim. You've always been a snake. You've always hated me. And then what culminated in this, and I will just direct people to wherever the restream of this is. I don't know. Doesn't matter to me. I watched it live. It was glorious. culminated on Saturday in Ralph confronting Jim live on Matt Jarbo's channel. And if you don't know any of these people, great. Perfect. Move on with your life. I'm almost done talking about the topic. Mr. Medicare, Jim, is a man who laughs at people that's his professional gift. That's what God gave him the ability to do, was laugh at people on the internet. And Ralph thought it would be a good idea to confront Jim so that Jim could laugh at him to his face via the internet. He could laugh at him over the internet. And this is what Jim does. It's what he's good at, is laughing at people over the internet. And so it went about as well as expected. Never get in a fight or an argument with someone meaner than you. And Jim is meaner than Ralph in the good way, not in the real way. Ralph went after Jim's wife and did all this stuff. Jim never did any of that to Ralph at all. He just laughed at a guy who got his purse stolen and got beat up after that was his big flex. His big flex move was to go to Portugal, and it backfired catastrophically. And then Ralph got just real nasty at Jim because Ralph is a vindictive piece of shit who probably has so many substance abuse problems that need addressing that I don't know if there's time left in his life to deal with them. Long story short, go find it. If you like internet drama and if you like retards yelling at each other, go find it and watch it, and watch Ralph cry that he just wanted Jim to protect him from the mean people on the internet who are saying some mean things about him. And just, why didn't you do anything to stop it? Ugh. Oh God, it was embarrassing. That's the Ralph drama. Again, I'm not super into talking about it, but it was really embarrassing. It was really, really fucking embarrassing. So that said, I mentioned I'd talk about it. I don't want to spend too much time on it. Okay, next. We've got to talk about this. Oh, shit. Just a second. I forgot to share the audio. This is the In Touch podcast, starring Fat 1 and Fat 2, Monica Rial and Jamie Markey, and also Judge Fuck, who chopped up back here. This is the In Touch podcast. Episode 1, we don't even know Beyonce. In this episode, we go over our least favorite misconceptions. So this is their podcast. It's an hour and 24 minutes. I'm going to subject you to this stuff. Their page here links to the court documents, the media coverage, the thread knot, which is one bald, broke, deadbeat dad who presents himself as some sort of useful person named Greg Doucette. His endless autism Twitter thread that he made. And that's what that is. You can go peruse these things at your own peril. But we are going to take an endeavor into this podcast right now. And we'll do it this way. So I'm a little bit bigger because this is just audio. And I have full disclosure. I have not listened to this. I don't know what this sounds like. I don't know what they say. I mean, people have reported to me that I need to talk about it or whatever, and that's fine. But I don't actually know what's going on in this podcast. So we're going to experience this together. And I will say it one more time. The reason I'm doing this, because you all think I hate you right now. Not Greg Doucette, the bodybuilder. No. Greg Doucette, the bodybuilder guy, is completely different. This guy is a fat, bald idiot lawyer whose law firm went out of business because he pretended to be a Republican, but he literally tweeted so much that it became a hamper to the campaign. He wasn't able to get elected in a Republican county. Very, very embarrassing. Gross. You think I hate you, and that's why we're doing this podcast. But no. The reason is because these two only made this podcast so that I would do this. That's it. That's the sole reason that they did this. Make no mistake. they'll deny it. Maybe. This is the only reason they've done this, is so this episode would happen. And look, if you do something and you ask me to make fun of you, I will oblige happily. It's like when Mike Dunford tags me on Twitter and I go in and call him a fat retard. Well, and then they get mad. And I'm like, Mike, you know what I'm going to do when you tag me on Twitter. You know you're going to get this answer. Or when Catherine Tewson pops into one of my threads, I'm going to make fun of her. I'm going to call her fat a whole bunch. I'm going to say she's a dishonest pile of trash because that's what she is. And then I'm going to leave. And I'm not going to answer their questions or give in and make some admission or whatever they want me to do. I'm just going to make fun of them, make a bunch of low rent fat jokes, and then I'll walk away. And the best part is I know that Catherine Tewson will pull her fat folds aside and will finger herself over the fact that I interacted with her for one day. Because oh God, she lives for it. It's so weird. I don't understand it. I don't have a hate fetish for myself that these people do, but that's what they got. So if they hate themselves enough to tag me in, I will oblige. I will ruin their day or whatever. But in reality, it's what they want. So it's not actually ruining their day. So these are, I should give some context on this. Thank you, Nina Infinity, for being a voice of reason, saying, are these the chicks that are talking about Vic? Yes, these are two chicks that are talking about Vic Mignogna. They're voice actresses in the anime industry. You may recognize Monica Rial as the fourth person to play Bulma. You may recognize who am I kidding? You're not going to recognize Jamie Marchi. These two are voice actresses at Funimation. And back when this all kicked off for Vic Mignogna, what they did was they amplified and validated to many people an ongoing Me Too campaign. And I want to be very, very clear about this Me Too campaign. In all of the time that this has happened, not a single person in this campaign has accused Vic of having sex with them. Good or bad. Not one. None of them. Just literally none of them. This is a Me Too campaign built on kisses on the forehead and hugs in a convention line. And I'm not joking or exaggerating. I wish it were different. But Monica Rial and Jamie Marchi brought in the professional clout and personal relationship to make what was otherwise a routine failed comment on Twitter, because this stuff comes up from time to time against Vic. People say, oh, he hugs people and it makes him uncomfortable or whatever. He's very Italian. That stuff happened for multiple years and it never amounted to anything until Monica and Jamie decided to give it its extra weight. And believe me, they had a lot to spare. So with that, Vic said, Chad, but he's not getting, I didn't say he's not getting any. I'm saying no one involved in this ever accused him of having sex. It's the craziest, thing in the world that again, it's in the context of a Me Too campaign and no one's accusing anyone of having sex. Like normally those are predicated on rape or sexual assault. It's predicated on hugging people in a convention line and kissing them on the forehead. But yes, this is Vic Mignogna. He's the voice of Edward Elric from Full Metal Alchemist and the voice of Broly from Dragon Ball Z. So without further ado, I have tons of videos about Vic and his case and all this stuff, and everybody can make fun of me and laugh because they will go back or they will remember in their minds when I said something that I didn't, that I said Vic would definitely win his lawsuit. And what they will all ignore is the fact that I said defamation lawsuits are extremely hard to win, but I think they have enough evidence to make a good run at it. And I still think they had enough evidence to make a good run at it. And I think the judge really fucked up and a whole bunch of other stuff, but I stand by everything I've ever said about this case. I don't think there's anything untrue or that I would walk back about it. And these people are just as fat as I've always said they are. So let's jump into it without further ado. This is going to be painful. Mandy Karavichus says, don't cry, Nick. I get off on that. And Victor Phantasm says, Nick, I don't think you understand rich and wealthy people. My aunt is rich and I owe her $500 and she's a stickler. My family friend, an 80-year-old man, I owe 12.7 thousand who seeks to help me unconditionally, and I will honor my debt. Yeah, well, okay. Sounds good. I'll defer to your wisdom. Here we go.
In Touch Podcast is the express opinion of Jamie Markey and Monica Rial and any co-host that may join us. The opinions expressed herein are ours and ours alone. For information regarding the facts of our case, please refer to the official legal documents available on our site, wewillbeintouch.com. Although we will discuss our experiences as parties to legal action,
Oh, God.
this podcast should not be considered legal advice.
No one would think that you two dummies are going to give legal advice to anybody.
Hello!
We're here.
We are so on the same wavelength. We're actually talking at the same.
Harpy laugh took no time at all. We're not even 30 seconds in and we have a Harpy laugh. Fuck me.
Same time.
It's true. It's true. Hi, I'm Jamie Markey.
And I'm Monica Rial.
And we're doing a podcast together called In Touch Podcast.
This is so
I hate the background music. It's very podcasty. Podcasts, by the way, were a thing. I don't know if you guys know. Things get called podcasts now that aren't, but podcasts themselves were a really big thing a little while ago. And then everybody remembered that, oh yeah, we could just put it on video. The Joe Rogan Experience is technically a podcast, I guess, but you know, it's all videoed. It's a show, it's a production. But podcasts had this like this is following the format. You would expect to see this on NPR or something else in the shitty sort of structure of it, right? You got this gay little bad jazz background music going over the whole thing that no one wants to listen to, because if you listen to it by itself, you get cancer. And then you have even worse, these two nasty, shrill ladies talking with overproduced audio direction right into the microphone. You don't get to see them. There's no interaction. They don't have to make pretend faces because they're doing it all with their voice. And God, I already hate every single second of it.
exciting. It's exciting. And I'm a little overwhelmed because I'm like, I listen to podcasts all the time, but I never.
We know. Oh, here we go. Super Iron Bob says the fakeness of these voices is nails on the chalkboard. And then Sword and Scale, what's up, buddy? Says, how dare you, sir? Podcasts are totally relevant. Everybody should check out the Sword and Scale podcast. Mike is a terrific and wonderful podcaster who makes top quality content. And Mike, if I ever find out you put a gay jazz riff on your video or your audio, I will come down to your house and have a drink with you.
Thought I'd be the
I know,
podcaster.
and I'm torn between, well, because I have another podcast that I do with Michael Tatum where we tell ghost stories. It's called Ghoul Intentions, shameless plug.
It's awesome.
And so I'm used to it.
Michael Tatum is another anime voice actor. You'll notice that's who all these people are. All of them. God, it's fucking horrid.
But there is it's like a different energy with you.
Yeah.
And so part of me, you know, just really wants to chill out and
I mean,
how we are after a convention with a glass of wine or whatever. We're just talking. It's not a big deal. But then are we going to kind of like the sweaty balls ladies from SNL?
Remember when SNL was funny? So what you're going to find throughout this, the most basic of opinions. And I mean it. These people are a time capsule of boring. They just, the sweaty balls ladies. I mean, I remember, I think in high school or junior high when we were laughing about that.
I'm sure that it will go in that direction at some point, but I feel like that's good because people can kind of just hang with us and hear our thoughts and experiences and just chill
No one can hang with you because the rope can't support it.
and hang out and, yeah. I'm sure there will be other episodes where we're going to be super high energy, but right now I'm cool to chill out in my my
Reminder that this is their chill.
booth.
Yeah,
with
it's
my
a
friend.
Sunday. It's casual
It is
Sunday.
a Sunday.
Who are you? For people who don't
gosh.
know and are like, what's this in touch shit? Let's listen to that. Who are you?
There you go. My name is Monica Rial. I am a voice actor. I am in my personal booth as we speak. I wish you could see it. It's a lot of fun. It's like living in space.
It is,
I
yeah.
have been, gosh, it's been 23 years. 23 years of voice acting, predominantly
And the worst part is you still make yourself sound like a child because it's The Sims to the line.
in anime and video games. I think that's where
And by the way, she does this with her voice. This is oh, this is my voice. Blah, 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 blah. It not on deposition, not at other times, only in certain times. Remember that these are professional voice actors and actresses. Kind of like how this isn't my real voice. My real voice is so many octaves lower that you couldn't hear it normally. This is just how I talk for the podcast.
most of the people tuning in will hear me from, but I've done a little bit of directing, a little bit of writing, a little bit of on camera, a little bit of pretty much everything after 23 years.
Yeah. Well, and I will say, can I brag about you?
Oh my
for a
gosh.
minute?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
So you are, true or false, Monica, are you the most prolific female voice actor in anime?
I will say that there is a site that has me listed as having done more English dub voices in anime than anybody else. And I'm not even a competitive person, but I'm a little competitive now because apparently I'm so close to like the next Japanese voice actor.
Who's like the top of the top.
So there's a part of
So
me
you
that's
have you've almost recorded more characters in anime than almost anyone in the entire world. There's one person above you.
there's one person.
Wow, that's really funny. That's really funny.
But you know,
Hey,
So just I want that to sink in. This is the apparently she's alleging that she is the second most prolific voice actress for anime in the world. Do you know who she is? Have you ever heard of her? Or have you? Would you have known about her without this? That's the worst. That really pisses him off, by the way. Would you have known Monica's name if it weren't for Vic Mignogna? And that's really important to remember, by the way, because whenever anybody asks the question about these Me Too things, well, why would a woman just get up and lie about a man? She's the second most, apparently, according to her and Jamie Markey, second most prolific voice actress in the world. And basically no one knows who she is. But when they look her up, they'll find out who she is through Vic. That's how she became knowable. I mean, she'll deny this. No, I have an IMDb page. Bitch, no one cares about anime voice actors or actresses. I'm sorry. Look, I love you, Vic, and everybody else. But at the end of the day, the amount of people who cares who voices their Chinese cartoon is really, really small. It's a small subset of a subset community. Anime is a subset community of entertainment. And the small subset of people who care who is behind the character is even smaller. And they're a very dedicated fan base who really like the people who are involved. And that's great. But the average anime, the patrician anime viewer goes, I don't fucking care who voices Luffy or whatever. Just give me my gay One Piece show. And that's the healthy way to do it. But you know, that's how it goes.
did that person sue you?
no.
The Chinese.
Oh, that's so interesting. That's so, because I would think if you were
Japanese.
jealous of anyone, it would be that person. But
I mean,
think you're
that's
okay.
why
Yeah.
some of it is just kind of crazy. But who
Right,
are you?
we'll get into it.
Who are you and what do you do?
I'm Jamie Markey.
Yeah, you are.
And I'm also a voice actor and a writer who regularly makes angry men angry.
And, what she's referencing there is the fact that Jamie Markey has a couple lines, a couple famous instances of what's called Western localization, where she input into an anime Western based themes that were not part of the anime when she translated it, or when it was translated from Japanese to English. So part of the issue with translating an anime is that the voices, the mouths, have already been animated. If you're doing an American animation, you record the voices and then they draw the mouths to match the voices, and it syncs up really well. With anime, it's a little bit of a different strategy because the mouths have already been animated to the Japanese. So what you have to do is fill in dialogue to try and mimic as best you can the voice or the animation of the mouths. You got to try and figure that out, how to make it look like as close to what's being said audibly as visually. And so that means that you'll take a line and you'll get the translated idea of the line, and then you kind of try and work it in to fit that thing. And a great example of this is if you've ever watched Speed Racer and you hear the haha, it's because there are different sort of sounds that go into a Japanese sentence versus an English sentence that don't really have a place in an English sentence. And one of the ways they addressed that was to add this sort of haha to address the fact that there was a mouth open doing this sort of sound that would make sense in the original language, but not make as much sense in English. So they added in these things while, and now translations are much, much smoother than what they used to be. All right. Those translations and transitions now, because they bring in people and they smooth out this stuff, and they look at the words and they try and build out a sentence phonetically based on the root translation. But you do get some translation idea issues with it, right? It's not an exact or faithful copy all the time, but they try to keep it close. However, in one of the more famous cases that's attributed to Jamie Markey, or at least that she worked on, I don't remember the name of the production. I'm sure it's going to be spammed in the chat, and that's great. She inserted a Gamergate into this anime that had obviously nothing to do with Gamergate, because nothing really had anything to do with Gamergate at all. But it was a way to import some political views into a Japanese animation that is not in the original. And people called her out on it for saying like, your politics don't belong in our slanty cartoons. Why the fuck are you doing this? We just want to watch people throw kamehamehas, and we want to watch big titty waifus on the screen. We really don't care about your fucking political opinion. Please don't put it in the show ever again, you disgusting person. That's what made people mad. And they're right to be mad about that. That's not, and Japan should be more annoyed about it, because it's alienating the audiences of the Japanese cartoons in America by taking a divisive American political issue that doesn't belong in the cartoon and putting it in there. So that's why people were mad about it. Now, for the record, I didn't know any of this until well into the Vic saga. I don't follow anime voice actors or actresses. I barely even knew of Vic. I didn't know him by name. I knew that he voiced Broly, and I had seen a YouTube video of him one time in my life doing the Broly yell. That's it. I was like, oh, neat, that's Broly. Not what I expected. And that's that. So, and to the people who do, and there's so many of you out there that love anime voice actors or whatever, that's great. Enjoy that. It's not for me. Here we go.
What else? Oh, director. Yeah, we've done it all. And I've been friends with you for what, I've been in the industry for 20 plus years.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been friends with you for 17. If I'm just
I would say
there's a show called Burst Angel, and that's where we first met.
Oh my God. And
way back in the day.
It was amazing because, as you know, this is my natural speaking voice, but I played a character that had a very low voice. And so it was awesome the first time I met Jamie, because I came out of the booth and I was like, hey, oh my gosh, you play Meg. This is so exciting. She's like, who are you? I'm Monica. I play Joe. She goes, no, you're not.
No, you don't.
Because
No,
I
that's not
wasn't
right. I
talking
heard
like this.
Joe.
Let's see. Trebix says, please give a moment of rest. My ears can't take the cringe. Sword and Scale says, this style of podcasting all started with a podcast called My Favorite Murder, which paved the way for this kind of numbing idiocy. And he also says, on an aside, I noticed you're covering Curtis Reeves, which was our 8th episode 8 years ago. Excited to watch the trial on stream, even though the judge and lawyers are yawn-inducing. Dude, they are brutal. And then he's got the link. He's got the link in the super chat because as a mod, he is able to do that. If the other mods in the chat can go ahead and share that Sword and Scale link that's from the super chat, I can't. It's a dumb thing about how YouTube Studio, which is what I'm not using the YouTube app. I'm using the YouTube Studio app to manage the stream. It's a dumb thing about how they do linking. I can't share the link from his because it truncated it. But if the mods can share the link, that would be great. Please do. Sword and Scale. Look, these are the guys. These are the guys. Well, the guy, whatever, you know what I mean. The team that built the true crime genre. They own the mantle, and they're who you should check out if you want to check out a podcast and see how to do it.
And that is not you.
It was a fun little moment.
It was. And then it was like, best friends.
I mean,
it was pretty quick.
it was.
Pretty quick. So, why are we doing this podcast?
We're doing
I guess we
this.
should talk about that.
Well, I mean, it's one of those things, without giving you too much information, because we do have documents up on the website if you're curious as to how we got here. But the long story short is we spoke up about something that we felt was not right. And as a result, we have been trolled and harassed for many, many years.
They have not. Let's just be very, very fucking clear. They have not been trolled or harassed. Not in any tangible way, not in any real way. Trolling and harassing to them is people on Twitter voicing their displeasure, which is what, by the way, they're claiming they do. They spoke up about something wrong. Notice the framing. This is the framing of these people. They spoke up about something wrong. When other people perceive something wrong, mostly that they believe that these women were lying, that is not speaking up about something wrong. That's trolling and harassment. Only we are allowed to make statements about what is trolling and harassment. This is going to be a common theme throughout this story, I'm sure. But the amount of trolling and harassment they've had to deal with is basically, effectively, zero. Monica Rial will talk about a death threat that she got. And I want to be really, really clear on this. I didn't know at the time. At the very beginning, she spoke of a death threat, and her weirdo fiance, Ron Toye, demanded that Vic come out and publicly denounce the death threat, which he did, and he should not have. He should not have. And I'll tell you why. We publicly denounced the death threat against Monica Rial, threats of violence, all of that stuff. Monica did not receive a death threat. What Monica received was a prank phone call. We would learn this later when her emails were released through Discovery by me, by the way. You're welcome. When her emails to Sony HR were released that described the phone call, the death threat phone call that she received. And I recognized exactly what it was because I have had the exact same phone call come towards me. To come to me, the exact same death threat. And it's a prank call. I don't know what the website is, but you basically, I don't know if it's paid or free or whatever, but you put in a phone number and it calls and it acts like a guy. He's like, hey, what are you doing? Blah, blah, blah. Why are you talking like this? I heard you've been talking shit. You want to go around, blah, 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 blah. And then it starts yelling at you, right? And then at the end, if you keep listening, it laughs and it plays a thing about how it was a prank call or whatever. But if you don't listen, you just get an angry man who Monica described as sounded black, fucking racist, sounded black to her because apparently that's who threatens women. I don't know. I don't know what she meant by that. But very, very problematic statement. So she described it as sounded black and made threats. But when she described what was said, I was like, I've had this exact same phone call, the exact same one come to me. And the way it's where there's like pauses and stuff. So it gives you a chance to respond, and then it just starts yelling over you. And you realize really quick, oh, okay, it's a robot. I got it. Okay. Waste of time. Click, and you turn it off. That's it. That's what that was her death threat. That was her death threat. Now, well, I don't know if they've death threatened anyone. Both of these hippopotami have threatened people's jobs and livelihoods, which I consider to be of a similar caliber, because if you threaten to remove people from their ability to earn money, you threaten their livelihood, you threaten their lives in the same breath to me. And they did this to Vic, but they have done it since to multiple people because they don't like how they talk on Twitter. And Monica Rial's little lapdog, Ron Toye, has doxed people, contacted their parents, threatened to fly to their house and settle this shit with violence. That is who Ron Toye is, by the way. And that is who Monica and Jamie are fine with. I will point out that I have never, ever suggested I would go to anyone's house and initiate violence upon them. And I have never, ever asked anybody to stop paying for anything for anyone or to go after anyone's job, ever. Who's harassing now, bitches?
We've tried to move on, but these people have continued to
Notice how I'm having to give you guys a recap of this. Notice how I'm having to tell the story of what happened. It's because they've tried to move on, but people no. The people who keep bringing it up, they're the ones. Them and the people aligned with them. The Vic people, they don't. But every time Vic gets a convention, every time Vic gets an appearance or convention, what happens? They, yes, them, and the people that are associated with them, both, not just, oh, the people associated with them, I don't do that. Both, they and the people associated with them start tweeting about it. They start contacting the convention. They start threatening people. They start saying no one will go to your show. They start doing all this stuff, and they try to get him canceled. Sometimes they're successful. Other times they're not. Every single appearance he has done for the past, 3 years now, they have done this. Every one of them.
try to bring up all of this stuff and make it act like we care. So at this point,
They don't care so much that they're making a podcast about it.
it's gotten to such a ridiculous extent that now I can see that there are children that are watching YouTube videos that now will start attacking and trolling just because they can. And it really
Now it's gotten there. There is less chatter about this than there has ever been. There is less chatter now from anybody about this than there ever was. These two brought it up yet again. And this is the pattern that you'll see. None of us. Tug was with me at the beginning on this. I saw Tug in the chat. Yellow Flash. None of us are talking about this. Hero Hey. None of us talk about these people. Unless, I find out Vic's doing a show. I say, hey, Vic's doing a show if you want to go see him or whatever. And then a brigade of people go and bother that show. And then sometimes they cancel Vic. That's when I talk about it. That's when other people talk about it. Other than that, none of us want to talk about these people. We don't really care for these people. I don't, at least. Guess I won't speak for anyone else. I don't like their voices. I think they're gross. I think and I don't just mean like the bog standard fat jokes that I've been making. I mean, I think they're gross people on the inside. I think they're full of hatred and bitterness. And I think that they lied to ruin a man's life who they were friends with for a decade. These were friends for something like a decade for Jamie Markey, or close to a decade for Jamie Markey, even longer for Monica. They were friends. That's who did this. They are nasty.
really sucks when the other parties are out there just talking willy-nilly and saying whatever they want. We decided maybe it would be
You started this. You literally started it by talking willy-nilly and saying whatever you want. And Vic said, this is a lie. You've lied about me. You've lied about me to the point where I have to sue you. What the fuck? I didn't do any of this. That was you. It's you who did that. No, none of us talked. None of us cared who you were.
a good idea to start a podcast where we can talk about our experiences. We're not offering any new information. Of course.
And there it is. They're not offering any new information. Remember this whole thing. And even as they build it the other day, when they talked about starting their podcast, what was it to do? They were gonna tell the story, finally set the story straight. And yet they have promised for evidence, promised evidence of this for 3 years now. They have promised evidence. And they just said no new information. You know what that means? Guess what? No evidence is coming.
Of course, it's an ongoing case, so we don't want to do anything to affect that. But we are going to talk.
Yeah, because you know what happens if the truth comes out, don't you?
About some of the, misconceptions regarding us and our experience and what actually happened.
Yeah, and to clarify, for those who don't know, we were sued for defamation, conspiracy, which we like to call conspiracy, and
that's not the funny own that you think it is, because civil conspiracy just means two people getting together to do a tort against someone else and agreeing on some part of it. It's the legal term of art. It's not like the Alex Jones tinfoil conspiracy nonsense that you guys believe in. That's not what it is. It's a legal term of art called conspiracy. There's no other thing you can call it. When two people get together to harm someone else, it's a conspiracy. So you can act retarded all you want, but that's the legal term. If you put something else in the document, the court won't know what it is. And they'll say, you're talking about conspiracy. Why don't you just write that down, you moron?
Tortious interference with a contract, even though there was no contract.
That is a terrific lie, by the way. They know there's a Kamehacon contract because they specifically interfered with it. They threatened Kamehacon over it. Monica lived up to the threat when Kamehacon decided to bring Vic back. They know that contract exists, and they're also in this industry, and they know exactly that they are under contract to appear at conventions when they sign a fucking contract, or when they work out an oral agreement or an email agreement, and then they agree to appear, and they have conditions on that thing, and they meet the minds, and they decide we're going to do this. They know that those contracts exist, and those contracts get manifested and announced to the world through typically Twitter and other social media announcements. Shockingly, and believe me, there are retarded people right now suggesting that conventions are out there announcing guests without having an agreement for those guests to appear. That's literally the legal theory that's being fronted by the people that these two love. They're vocal supporters on Twitter, that a convention announcing a guest is just announcing a guest into the wild, and that there's nothing underneath that at all. But typically speaking, when you actually have conventions with paper contracts, there's a provision in there about advertisement and promotion that only happens after the contract has taken effect. They know this because they sign those contracts when they get their convention appearances. They're being dishonest. And if you want to look at one from this case, go back and watch my Kamehacon video. Kamehacon contract video. It was at the beginning of this case. We went through the contract, the actual contract itself from Kamehacon that Vic was canceled from. And we talked about this specific media provision that shows that once the announcement is made, that's a manifestation. That's performance of the contractual agreement that existed. And yes, this was presented to the court. Did the judge look at it? No, because fuck chopped up. But all this shit about, there's never a contract, no, it was never shown to the court. No, it actually was. It's in the filings. It was actually talked about specifically at the hearing. And Chup said, well, show me another contract. Which is mind-blowing, doesn't make any sense. But they're perpetuating this lie. They love this lie. They love it. Cody Byer. Hey, what's up? Bayer says, you can tell that deep down they hate each other and would stab each other in the back if they could. All this tittering and performative we're friends routine is a joke. People with genuine chemistry do not act this way. Ellen K. Cody was another person there with me from the beginning, actually gave me the contact info for Vic that allowed me to make that connection. So very cool. Ellen K says, favorite Sailor Scout, Jupiter. I think she's the one with the bigger gazongas. Mandy Karavichus says, as a Texas female, just hearing their annoying California accents alone makes me want to load my Colt.
And it's interesting because we were sued for defamation for saying someone did something they also said they did.
Yeah.
So
he did not. He did not say he did the thing that they said. Again, this is another lie and a distortion. You can go watch the deposition that they're talking about here, where they said, oh, he said he did the thing that we said he did. He did not. He actually specifically says no, that he didn't do that. They just ignore that part. They ignore it because it fits their narrative. Because, as they have always done, they're lying. They've lied from the very start. They lied in their initial shit. They lied all throughout the trial. And every time people start looking into it, they find the lie. Only every time, though. And no one has ever found any evidence that what they're saying is true. And it's almost like they're the people who could put that evidence forward. We're not going to get through this whole thing, by the way, because if we do, I'll just be eating glass all night.
It is a little confusing,
Yeah.
but welcome to our world. We're just going to kind of talk about our experience, too, because we know we're not the only people. We have contacted and talked to some other people who have spoken up and gotten the harassment or who have actually been sued. And so we kind of felt like
spoken up and gotten harassment or sued. So interestingly, people who come out and make a wild allegation that is in many cases not true, and in other cases may be true, but is shocking to people respond to that. They don't just take them at face value. They say, this isn't in the character of the person you're talking about, as far as I know, so I don't believe you. Shockingly, that happens. I know it's very surprising to them, but that's how it is. I don't know why it's surprising at this point, but okay. Sorry. I don't know if I can make it through this, even 10 minutes of this.
This is going to keep happening until people change, until people are held accountable for their actions. And so
would they be held accountable for their actions? I agree, you dumb bitches. If people were only held accountable for their actions, things might change. It's almost like there was an opportunity for some people to be held accountable for their actions in this case, and it was stymied by a stupid fucking judge in Tarrant County. Oh my God.
Until then, there's a lot of people that are left very, very alone. And Monica and I had the benefit of being with each other.
Mm-hmm.
We've always said like we couldn't have made it if we didn't have each other through this whole thing. And
it's an Alec Benjamin
a lot of people
song.
don't. So this is kind of our way to let people to know that they're not alone. Like, we went through this.
A lot of people don't. And yet, shockingly, all of them have made it, right? Well, we couldn't have made it without each other, and we were lucky to have each other, but a lot of people don't. But yet they all made it. I mean, fucking, oh no. My stupid YouTube cashed out. And the thing that people have told me over and over doesn't happen and is impossible just happened again. Thank you for that, YouTube. But yes, the chat window from the Edge browser will, or Chrome, doesn't matter if you're in Edge or Chrome, will overload, and eventually it will cash out. Now, I know they're very smart internet people who say that isn't possible and that it doesn't do that and all of that stuff, yet it does all the time. Typically when there's a bunch of interactivity in the chat and you have multiple thousands of people watching, that's when it happens the most. But all the practical effect of that is it just made my job doing super chats a little bit more irritating. The doctor says, can you talk about the allegations on Chris Sabat and how those stories contradict their narrative on Vic? Tagged you on Twitter, a 2M compilation of funny actors calling him out. How can M and J speak for victims but protect him? Look, there are allegations that Chris Sabat has directly attempted to exchange sexual exchange roles for sexual favors. I mean, that's an allegation that is out there from women, not one, multiple, and that's a thing. That now are those allegations true? I don't know. I would love for someone to investigate it and find out if they had interest in actually investigating the real problems in the industry. Maybe they would look at the people with actual casting power, like Chris Sabat, and these allegations that accompany him. Maybe they would talk to convention owners, because convention owners aren't beholden to Okatron Studios or to Funimation in some cases. And some of those convention owners have stories about Chris Sabat that they would potentially share if given the right opportunity. The reality is that this industry, like many industries, was built by people who are not building industries. They were having fun. And I'll just put it this way. Like, the fact that they were having fun means that some inappropriate shit happened. And by the way, it was not only the men. And anyone who tries to tell you otherwise is lying to you. These things, these allegations, these Me Too allegations, are almost always motivated opportunity. There's something to take. That's why the targets are people with something to take. And that's why the targeters are people with something to gain. Monica and Jamie have basically ensured job security at Funimation through this for a while. They have gotten rid of a politically unpopular person. Oh, that's going to be left out of all this, by the way, is they all hate Vic's politics and his personal religious beliefs. All of them. They hate him. They hate that. They hate that aspect of him. They never liked it. If you remember, we had Eric Rowland on this show. It's a great interview I did with Eric Rowland. You may not have seen it. Eric Rowland was another voice actor who was ousted from Funimation for two things. One, he shared one of my Kyle Rittenhouse streams and said, hey, here's a bunch of lawyers talking about this. He didn't really know who I was, I don't think, at the time, or maybe he did. Doesn't matter. He shared the most popular Kyle Rittenhouse streams in the country. And that was the beginning of the end. The other thing was he questioned masks at Funimation Studios. And those two things meant he could not be there anymore because he was a murderer and a racist. That's who these people are. They're going to leave that out of the story. I'm guessing that all of them had particular political opinions that were contradictory to Vic. They do not like him. I mean, they don't like who he is. And that used to, there was a time in our country when that wasn't as big of a thing. It was like, okay, well, you don't like someone's opinion. You don't like someone's opinion. Okay, great. Whatever. Not anymore. But like I said, they're going to leave that out because that's who they are. This is a lie. Steve C says, I need a rant. This is far too calm. I mean, a rant, a real Ricada blow up. Those always make me feel better. Well, we'll see. I don't know if we're going to get to one or not. But here, let's go.
Shit, we've been through it. Here's our experience, just to kind of help other people understand what we went through as I think a lot of people don't quite understand the level of harassment we experienced,
Yes.
but also to let other people know who are going through it. You're not alone.
They tweeted to us. They tagged us on Twitter. Oh my God.
We did it too.
I think that's a huge part of it because there are so many women and people, victims. I mean, I don't want to get into one particular category because everybody has had some kind of experience.
Right.
But being blessed enough to go to these conventions and talk to people face to face and hear some of the stories and everything and know, people that are afraid to come forward and speak because they're afraid of the harassment.
Oh, sorry. I just thought I wasn't recording for a second, but I am.
Oh.
Continue. I'm so sorry.
No, but it's one of those things where it's like we started because we want to clear up some misconceptions, but also we want to create a safe space for people who might, want to come forward with their own account.
A safe space. Listen to the hubris involved in this, in this for everybody, right? This is not just them. We want to create a space where you can come forward with a life destroying allegation, a life and career ending allegation, and never, ever be challenged on it. That's what they want to make. That's what they want this to be. This stuff belongs in court for a reason. Because the amount of destruction wreaked upon a life. I mean, to put it in perspective, because many of you may not know, Vic Mignogna was one of the most successful voice actors in American anime, an American dubbed anime, for 20 years. And when you go to his conventions after this, you will find hundreds of people. You'll find the biggest lines. The only times I've seen lines comparable to Vic's at a convention were Chuck Norris and Dog the Bounty Hunter. I have never seen another anime actor's lines rival Vic's. At Kamehacon, they don't. They just it's a different thing because that's what he's good at. He's good at this stuff. He's good at being with his fans in person. He's exceptional at it. And so when people want to come out with an allegation against someone like that, with all of that popularity. Oh, wait, where I was going with that. That's after the allegations. That's the leftovers of his audience. So here's the deal. And I don't mean to characterize anybody as, you know what I'm saying though. That's after the people who are like just kind of peripheral fans who believed some of this stuff and said, oh, I don't know about that guy. That's after they're gone. The 20 years of building that, it was gone in less than 3 months. It was gone. It's destroyed. He will never voice act at Funimation again. Funimation's the biggest name in anime dubbing in America. I mean, there's nowhere else you can go. Like this, it's not like it's not like there's some other place that he could go to at the moment. So, I mean, I'm always hoping that there will be one at some point, but for now, there is not. And so, it was gone in 3 months over Twitter. They did this, and they don't want anybody to ever be able to say, "Hey, wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. Can we pause this for just a second before we destroy this person?" They want a safe space for you to come forward, make your allegations without challenge or without question. Famously, by the way, this was great. There was a guy who made some allegations against Vic early on in this thing. And you know, he made the allegations about what Vic did to his friend or whatever. And I called it out and I said, yeah, where's like some evidence of this? Where's anything? Is there a picture? Is there anything of this? He said, here's what he said that Vic did. He said his friend, who is female, was there to see Vic, and that Vic, when taking the picture, mind you, with her, that when taking the picture with her, that he put his arm around her and grabbed her breast. That's what he said. Okay. I said, yeah, I'm pressing X to down on this without some actual information. Can you point to a police report or anything? He said there were police reports. Said, where are they? And I called every police station in the area, in the jurisdiction that would have been in, all of the different levels of police, county sheriff, police, state police, different cities, called them all. None of them had a single report, not a single police report about any of this. And then shockingly, so I report back, can't find anything on it. Would love some information. And people started blowing him out on Twitter. Hey, you fucker, you're lying about this or whatever. Some people like called his job or whatever, I guess. I don't know how they found out who he was. Doesn't matter to me. I think that's, I don't think people should have called his job, but all this stuff was happening to him. He calls me and says, you need to stop this. And I'm like, stop what? I didn't do anything to you. You tried to do this to someone else. And we start talking about it. And I'm asking him, I'm saying, okay, so you're telling me that you sat in a line for an hour and you get to the front and your friend goes to take a picture of Vic and he grabs her breast. What do you mean? Do you mean he like reaches forward and gives her a big honk? Does he reach around and grab it? And it came out like this. Here's how the story was worded on cross-examination. Turns out he put his hand around her waist, right? And he's taller than her. And so initially he put his hand around her waist, right? And he is the top of his knuckle brushed the lower part, maybe, of her breast. Maybe. The guy doesn't actually know if it ever happened. She didn't think anything of it at the time 4 years ago when they went to see it, because nothing happened. But in light of the accusations that were made, they thought maybe something might have occurred, was how it came out later when any level of scrutiny was put to the fucking fire there. And all it was me on the phone just saying, hey man, tell me about this incident. And that's what it was. Maybe because they heard about this accusation, he might have accidentally brushed the underside of her boob with his knuckle. Maybe. It went from the initial story of he grabbed her breasts in public while taking a picture to that. And that's the fucking problem that everybody has here, is that every single story that has come out from this case about Vic that has had a moment to be analyzed ends up like this. That there's a massive oversell, a hyperbolic and an offensive or salacious accusation. None of them about sex, though. More on that later, maybe. None of them about actually having sex. But then under any scrutiny, it starts to wither and die immediately. Oh, and it turns out no one, even the people in the articles that were written, none of them ever thought anything of it at the time. It was only after stuff started coming out that they suddenly looked back and thought, I might have been uncomfortable. But at the time, none of them were. And many of the people were still not uncomfortable, and their stories were used without permission and were used in a distorted way to paint Vic as a bad guy.
Counts or might want to do to understand that they're not alone, and that yes, you're probably going to get attacked, but the longer we stay silent, the more that's going to happen. I think that people need to start standing up for themselves and tell these fuckers.
You can say it with your
tell
whole
those
chest.
fuckers that it's just you're not going to silence us. You're not going to silence people anymore.
Your whole you want to silence everybody. That's the crazy thing. Okay. No one has ever told Monica and Jamie to stop. Most importantly, Vic never once stopped them from talking. He didn't ask the court for an injunction. He didn't ask for anything to be taken down. Never once did Vic try and stop Monica or Jamie from saying their bullshit. All he said was, these are lies and I should be compensated from it. His lawyer sent a retraction request because that's a statutory requirement in Texas, is that to sustain a defamation action. It's the Texas Defamation Mitigation Act. You have to send a retraction request. Those do not, by the way, require you to take down the initial thing. They just merely require that you address in some way your falsity. And they refused to do that. They could have kept it up and they could have said, maybe things, weren't the same as we said or whatever, but we still are uncomfortable. They didn't do any of that, and that's fine. They didn't have to. Vic didn't run to court and say, please, you have to make them take it down, make them stop. Never once did anyone ask them to stop talking. This is a lie. Another lie. We're 8.5 minutes in, and I've lost count of the lies.
More
Absolutely
because
not.
everybody has the right to speak their truth.
And we were silenced because of the lawsuit. Our lawyers silenced us. You're not silent under a lawsuit. Advised us not to talk about it.
They were silenced by who? Their lawyers, their choice. Their lawyers can't force them to be silent. My lawyer told me to be quiet about the law and crime thing, right? Because that's his job. And he's like, I know, you're not gonna, right? But maybe you want to consider it. And I was like, of course, I'm not gonna be quiet about this. I'm gonna run it to the ground. They chose. We were silenced by us.
And so we stopped talking. So we actually haven't talked about this since, in any detail, since February, April of 2019.
Bullshit, by the way.
So since 2019, at that time, we have had to endure.
Vince Olshove says, since I could not get a quick reframing of the topic, I guess I will go somewhere else. I'd like to be part of the show, but I understand that is not possible. Love your streams, buddy. Vic, you just got to rewind. Rewind to the beginning of this topic. I reframed the whole thing, but I wasn't going to do it. I haven't seen your chats, and I wasn't going to reframe it again right after reframing it. You just got to rewind back.
People making money off of slandering us, in my opinion. Of course, this whole podcast is our opinion. People.
Who slandered you? You know who they're talking about there, by the way.
Well, lies, misconceptions, misinformation that's being doled out irresponsibly and hatefully, on top of death threats.
You're fat.
And all of that kind of stuff.
No death threats.
But we've stayed silent. Nobody knows our experience. There's some stuff that we've been screaming about, together. Like, why don't they get this right? There are these things that need to be right. They just don't get it right. So this is kind of our way to deal with that. So that's why we're doing it.
Woohoo!
We had talked about it.
What changed? Who stopped making you silent? Oh, that's right. No one made you silent in the first place. It's all a lie.
Discussed it, but then some fun events happened, kind of early December, late November. I can't even remember, where we heard that we were supposedly working with George Soros, and that was enough is enough. We need to do something. Let's start talking about getting this to happen. And then we read.
Where was the George Soros thing? Where did that come from? What are they talking about? Who are they talking about? What is this?
Somebody accused us of being lizard people, and not as a joke.
Literal lizard people.
Genuinely are into the concept that there are lizard people and that we are part of those lizard people. And we're over here we ain't me Beyonce. What are you talking about?
I mean, that's the only thing that pissed me off, right? If you're going to tell me that I'm a lizard person and I'm part of the Illuminati, then why the fuck don't I get to hang?
You can't be part of the Illuminati when your literal adipose tissue blocks out the fucking sun.
Hang out with Beyonce and Jay-Z because they're Illuminati, right?
Right.
That's the big trend. If we don't get to hang
I would
out,
like to Illuminati my house. I would like to Illuminati my bank account. I would like to Illuminati my car. Can we get that? Where's our exorbitant amounts of wealth?
Right.
That's what I would love to have. So at that point, I was like, okay, it's crazy.
Yeah, we know you're poor. It's been the running joke this whole time. Is that you fucking idiots all work for slave wages. The anime industry in America is so funny. So what they do, this is the company that they love and work for, by the way. What they do is they license an anime, and then they bring in voice actors to dub the anime, and then they produce it. And the amount of money that they pay these people, these voice actors, is about $75 an hour. And some of them are lucky enough to get guaranteed 2 hours of studio time per show. So think about this. You got 23 episodes of an anime for a season. And any particular voice actor can come in and typically voice all of their lines for an episode in under 2 hours. So in California, you have an industry minimum, a union minimum of 2 hours. So they have to pay $150 per episode. That's it. That's what they get paid. Remember, these are now there's certain individual shows or movie projects, they'll get paid a lot more, obviously. Those are different things. But for your average run-of-the-mill, bog standard anime production, getting paid $75 an hour. Now then they put the impetus on them to earn their own money by going to conventions and monetizing their convention appearances. That's how the anime that you watch is subsidized by the hardcore fans who are exploited by this process, because the anime that you watch couldn't be produced if these people didn't have a way to supplement their income through the convention circuit. So rather than Funimation, who is owned by Sony, by the way, paying these people a reasonable amount of money, instead they expect their fans to pay for the money. They expect them to do that. That's what they have to do. So I actually find the industry kind of disgusting in that way. I cannot believe that shows like Dragon Ball Z, which makes money hand over fist, or One Piece, that they're paying these people so little, that they value their work so little. It's insane to me.
Crazy. We can't let the misinformation has gone on too far now that there's always been conspiracy theories, but
this is like
that one. And
just FYI,
there's always been conspiracy theories, but this one, that is a ludicrous one from one anonymous person on Twitter. This one, that's why we got to do this.
We're not fucking lizards, y'all.
We are not lizard people. We are not. We have seen a lot of lizards.
No one would confuse you with lizards. You have more fat tissue than they do.
I went on vacation
to
the British Islands.
But they are like everything that we're not. Like I don't like the heat. I use a lot of moisturizer. Like
so much. Yeah. It's not, we're just, So in this episode, our very first episode, we got a couple of things that have been bothering us. So I think that's where we're going to start.
Woohoo.
Right?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So,
oh God.
Initially, this is the big thing that bothers us.
Yes.
The fucking timeline
100%.
drives me crazy. And we have, the again, well, not again. I don't think we've talked about it.
You said you didn't.
We know
so
we're
what
not
is it?
changing minds. Let me say that
right.
First. We know the people who hate us are going to hate us, and they're going to take everything that we say and twist it into whatever little context, out of context, not they want to, and put it on YouTube.
The irony of this is astounding, because so when this first happened, they demanded Vic apologize, and so he did. He apologized, not for anything specific, but he said, look, I'm sorry if I ever inadvertently hurt or offended someone. It's never my intention. So he makes this nice guy apology, something if I were his lawyer, I would personally not recommend doing. I was not his lawyer. I don't think Ty was his lawyer at the time of this either, but that was the approach that he took, was to make this public sort of statement with an apology. And what they did was they twisted that apology and they used it as a knife to ram right back into his fucking face. And they've done it the entire time. Every single thing that he has done or said, they have taken and twisted and tried to run it back on him. The irony of them saying that that this would happen to them is it's insane. It's unfathomably ridiculous that that would be their criticism. Oh, this is going to get turned against us. Oh no, sweetie, no one has to twist your words. Your words have always been damaging enough. Why do you think your lawyers told you to shut up? Carlos Estrada says, I have this weird mental grudge against Vic because he was the face of the movement to shame everyone who is into fan subs and translations. However, I didn't believe the allegations when they came. Now I see a bit more of a push towards the opposite direction when it comes to fan subs and translations. Odd coincidence, really. I hope Vic gets more work. He does great work compared to now too. Thank you, Carlos. We're gonna listen to just a few more minutes of this, and then I'm gonna stop because I don't want to bash my head through my glass desk. Samantha Flynn, hey, how you doing? Samantha says these cows have the perfect faces for voiceover. Very true.
YouTube and make money off of it if they can, or just like be alone and lonely. Whatever it is they're doing, we know we're not changing their mind.
Everyone who's not us is alone and lonely.
It's really just to clarify some things for our supporters, and one of the biggest things that that we heard is this misconception about the timeline. So we want to go over that. But first, one of the things we do want to touch on is maybe some of the reading of the documents. Now,
Yes.
when we first got our petition that we were being sued, I was on a flight to Seattle. I remember it like it was yesterday. Actually, I only remember it because I was on a flight. When I landed, I was like, I have 1,000 Twitter notifications. What happened? So the petition is, in my opinion, absurd and ridiculous. It makes very little sense and rambles and is out of order on purpose. And in my opinion, a little defamatory itself. So I feel like I'm going to be saying, in my opinion, a lot. But the whole thing's in my opinion. So if I don't say it, it's still my opinion. Okay. Yeah. So at the time, as like a cathartic experiment for myself, I decided to rewrite it in my own words, in what I believe to be the personality that the petition embodied. So with that in mind.
So shockingly, she rewrote something that was not true to the original, because that is what she was accused of doing before, by the way. I don't know if that was an intentional bit of irony on her part, but there it is. So let's see how this reads. I'm sure, remember, they don't want their words to be twisted against them, because that's unfair to do, is to twist someone's words and to make it say something that it doesn't say. Right. So let's listen. I'm about done with this. I cannot. This is horrid.
I'm going to read the petition.
Here we go.
Which is the timeline of the defamation. According to the petition, it's the timeline. So it's not an order of the petition, which is 27 pages. That's why I'm doing this. Okay. So here's the timeline. According to the petition, in my words, rewritten. My adaptation?
Your adaptation.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, here we go. January 16th, 2019. Or wait, you could read the dates, and then I'll read that.
That sounds good.
You can see it, right? Okay, go. We're super organized. Okay.
January 16th, 2019.
Dragon Ball Super Broly was released and it was a super Dragon Ball success. Praise Vic, from whom all blessings flow. He had already accepted personal invitations with dozens of conventions to grace with his almighty presence. The invitation envelopes were probably even scented.
January 16th, 2019.
I mean, Vic was the title character of the movie. They know this, by the way, there was a behind the scenes fight over who would voice Broly, and Vic won over the objections of them. They'll leave that out. But they objected to their friend that this totally, this is totally not their idea. This had nothing to do with it. But just a couple months prior, before they actually dubbed the movie, there was a nice little meeting at Funimation where they were trying to keep their friend from having the voice role that he had doing this character for the past 15 years. They wanted to undo that. But Vic ended up winning that. He ended up getting the role, because other people did want him to do it. And he was kind of a natural choice. And oh yeah, the people who buy Dragon Ball stuff really, really fucking like him. So that was part of the problem. They'll leave that out of the timeline, but then, but yes, he's the title character, Broly, Dragon Ball Super Broly, with Vic Mignogna starring as Broly. He's the main titled character villain of the story. It's his story. It's his character's story arc. A lot of the success can be attributed to the fact that Vic Mignogna, the voice of Broly for 15 years, has been the voice of Broly. Now, a lot less success can be attributed to Monica Rial, who is the 4th person to play Bulma in the United States. And whether or not she was going to be the Bulma in this show was completely irrelevant, because Bulma is a much smaller and less impactful character in Dragon Ball Z Greater, in Dragon Ball GT, and in all of the Dragon Ball stuff. Bulma has been getting to be a smaller and smaller character, while her voice actress has been getting larger and larger. This is true. And by the way, Dragon Ball Super Broly was the biggest Dragon Ball movie release and one of the largest US dubbed anime releases in history. And Vic had accepted over a dozen convention invitations. It's almost like those conventions were looking to capitalize on what was quickly becoming the most popular anime movie that had been produced in years in the United States. In theaters, a theater release, a general theater release for Dragon Ball Super Broly, something that doesn't happen very often. Guess what that does for conventions? It brings people in. And to have the title character, who is already a welcome guest at all of these conventions that he'd already been to for years and years and years, who had all liked him for years and years and years, bringing him back was a no-brainer. He always puts people in line. He always sells tickets. And he always makes a whole bunch of money himself in addition to what he makes for the convention. So yeah. Yes. They did all invite him. This is real. He was announced at all of these conventions. But okay.
Rando Twitter chick who doesn't even capitalize her name tweeted mean things about Vic. And then Monica liked and retweeted those tweets like a monster.
Yes. Yes. She accused, to put it in perspective, the person they're talking about is Han Leia. Han Leia is the person, yes, you get the name, but Han Leia is the Twitter account that tweeted out the initial allegations about Vic. And guess what Han Leia was actually mad about? Because Han Leia's drama with Vic goes back on her side quite a ways, to the point that Vic did not sign gay yaoi fan art of characters that he had, like Edward and Alphonse, 2 brothers from Full Metal Alchemist, being put into a gay relationship. Vic didn't sign that fan art. No, I'm not kidding. But that's not what's in the tweet, of course. That's not what's in the tweet. The tweet was about, we need to have a conversation about Vic Mignogna. And you know how those tweets go. Vague allegations of improper behavior, whatever that means. And by the way, the reason these allegations are always kept vague is because your mind is supposed to develop the worst thing. And so when people read inappropriate behavior with fans, what they hear is, this guy's out fucking fans, forcing them, maybe coercing them, using his power and authority over them. That's the allegation. The inappropriate behavior with fans is literally they sit for an hour and watch 100 people go in front of them, get a smile, a handshake, maybe a hug, take a picture, and spend 30 seconds with Vic. They watch 100 people do that, and then when they get up there, they get the exact same treatment that everybody else got. And it might have included a hug. And again, I wish I was kidding, because this is a 20-year career destroyed by this shit. That's who Han Leia is, by the way. And it's all because people have done this. Oh, also, as it turns out, I believe someone went through and the person that Han Leia was accusing was actually somebody else. Pretty sure it was, I think it was a misidentification of a guy named Ilich Guardiola, by the way, who dated Monica and also dated a girl who was like 15, fucked her, and then had to marry her before he got the child sexual misconduct charges. Had to get those dropped with the marriage to an underage child. So yeah, I mean, just that though, just the reality that all of this started and that they endorsed the tweet of this person when it was false.
But not a lizard. January 17th, 2019.
Monica then liked and retweeted even more mean tweets. 2 entire tweets written by a completely different person on the Twitter. Jamie most likely did.
The completely different person was a lady named Mars Girl, Arms Girl, as she is known here. She's a hideous ham beast with arms that drag on the floor for dozens of feet behind her, because she's built like an orangutan, an uglier one. Anyway, this is true. Monica retweeted these. These are people on Twitter with no particular credibility. And yet, when Vic's friend and colleague retweet these things, suddenly he gets fired. It's almost like, and again, this Han Leia person has been complaining about Vic forever. There's nothing special about this except the timing. It was timed with the release of Broly. So there's a bunch of chatter about Vic, about Broly, about DBZ, about all of this stuff. This is all happening in the context of the Broly release. That's where this got the traction it did. But to have the legitimacy given to it by his colleagues and friends is what ultimately made this different from every other time these sad, boring people made the same bogus, shitty allegations against Vic, that he dared to hug someone and that person might not have liked it. They can't actually confirm or deny if the person liked it or not.
The same thing with the liking and retweeting, along with cloak and dagger operatives within Funimation's private CIA, forcing the tweets to go viral. Well, not all the tweets, but definitely some of the tweets. So that was their fault, even though they didn't write the tweets.
Again, imagine Tim Cook didn't die of whatever cancer AIDS he had. Or Steve Jobs, sorry. Imagine Steve Jobs didn't die of cancer AIDS or whatever. And there were some allegations against Steve Jobs. And I'm sure there were some allegations because Steve Jobs had billions of dollars and a lot of power at Apple. So somewhere there's an allegation against Steve Jobs. But you know what? No one fucking cares. Because just because there's an allegation against someone doesn't mean much of anything. And most of the time, those allegations go unheard, unheeded, because they're ridiculous. They're hyperbolic. There's no credibility to them. There's no evidence. There's just something. There's a name and someone will attach an accusation to a name for whatever reason. This happens all the way down to me. Little old me for the past multiple years have had all sorts of stupid allegations against me. None of them are based in any sort of reality, but that's just how it goes. If there's something that someone has a beef with you about, they'll just make something up because what's the punishment? What's the punishment for it? Now, imagine one of those allegations happens on iPhone release day. They have the iPhone 7 or whatever release day. It's a bunch of chatter, and it's a monogrammed iPhone with Steve Jobs' stupid fucking smug face on the back of the phone, right? It's engraved on there. And so there's a bunch of chatter about Steve Jobs and the iPhone being released on that day. And someone makes the same tweets that they've been making, vague allegations against Steve Jobs. And then Tim Cook retweets it. Oh. Suddenly there's a different game going on. Suddenly it's not anything about what the allegation was saying. Suddenly it's about, oh shit. Now Tim Cook is backing this up. Tim Cook's known Steve Jobs forever. He's a colleague. He's high up in the company. He would know the inside track. He might probably talk to HR about some of this stuff.
January 18th, 2019.
Phoenix Fan Fusion canceled Vic's appearance with 2 L's. Let me just say right now that in the petition, they spelled canceled different, like constantly. So that's what this is referring to, because the grammar was...
Sweethearts, don't read your own legal documents. I spent plenty of time making fun of the typos in those as well. And I also pointed out, because that's how we do it, that's called a Scrivener's error. It happens all the time. Typos in legal documents, which are being pushed out very quickly, are very common, and they have effectively no impact unless they get really, really ridiculous. That being said, Glass houses, honey.
It's a consistent thread of what?
I didn't even
You're a lawyer. Okay, sorry.
You know, again, your lawyers misspell stuff all the time. Oh my God.
So, Phoenix Fan Fusion canceled Vic's appearance with 2 L's. This is obviously thanks to the defendant's liking of the tweets and other actions that take place later than this date, but it makes sense when you see it all together. Some Tammy chick from Sony told Vic she was investigating 3 allegations of sexual harassment against him. The Vic Mignogna. One was over Monica, and hilarious jelly bean joke raced unto us by Vic.
Yes, that's actually true. The funny thing is, so this is where I'm going to stop because I won't be able to go on with this without finding a couple bullets to eat. This is where I'm going to stop, but I'm going to explain this real quick because this is critical because this was such a moment in the timeline. One of the allegations by Monica Rial is that at a particular convention, Vic invited her back to his room and that he, while there, grabbed her, threw her on the bed, laughable if you've ever seen her, but grabbed her, threw her on the bed, climbed up on top of her and was kissing her without her consent, and that she was just frozen and couldn't do anything about it. That is one of the allegations. It's probably, in my opinion, the most damaging allegation against Vic Mignogna. Now, she also said that she was rescued by a guy named Stan Dolan, a guy who would come out and later, because she never actually talked to him about it, he would come out and say that, I don't remember that happening ever. And if anything like that had happened, I would definitely remember that. And I would never have invited Vic to another show again. Stan Dolan, by the way, is still friends with Vic. I've met him, before, I think a couple times now. He's really nice guy, had him on the show. Interesting guy to talk to with a ton of experience. That being said, let me point this out. Okay. This allegation against Vic happened a decade ago, a decade prior to the ongoing thing. This is important. This allegation of Vic doing this happened a decade prior. For the next decade, Monica Rial would tell 0 people, would continue to be friends with Vic, would never once bring it up to Vic that this thing happened, or anybody else, would be not only friends, but best friends, would do dozens of conventions, sitting right next to him, joking with him, interacting with him, having the jelly bean joke that we're talking about. All of that. And then the most important part, when she went to make the HR complaint against Vic Mignogna to Sony, she did not mention the fact, according to her, that he tried to force himself on her in a hotel room. That never came up in that meeting. That only came up on Twitter days later. Now, I mean, color me naive, but if there's someone that I'm making an HR complaint about for bad behavior, for sexually harassing or assaulting behavior, I'm probably going to include what would be a criminal assault in my complaint. That's just me. That's probably the story I'm going to lead with. But they never brought it up. Never. No one knew about this. By the way, her fiance, her personal fucking fiance, never knew about this either. Nobody knew this happened. No one knew this happened. Not a single person. No one. She just was going to take it to her grave because reasons. So there you go. That's where we're going to end the show tonight, or well, the content of the show tonight. We've got super chat still to do, of course, but that's that. I don't know what else needs to be said. The amazing thing about this podcast, one is that the computer that it was recorded on survived the endeavor. Two, that they're flat out admitting that they're rewriting the timeline with their own thing. Which is fine. They can do it. But what's the point? You've done all this. You've said this for years. For years now. They've never been prevented from saying this. They've always had a platform. Monica Rial is a verified checkmark on Twitter with tens of thousands, if not 100,000 followers, something like that. A massive Twitter account. She has the platform of going to anime convention after anime convention. No one's canceling her, by the way. Going to all these anime conventions and saying whatever she wants to anybody. No one has ever stopped them from saying anything except them, but they're framing it as if someone else did anything, as if their words didn't cause the destruction of someone else's career. Somehow they're the victims of someone else's career being destroyed by what they said. And it is mind-boggling because they believe it. And they always have. And that's the really crazy part of this for me, is that they actually buy this shit. And I don't, whatever, that's their prerogative to do so, but oh boy. Yeah. Okay, let's do these. We'll do Sword and Scale says, Nick, their voices are making me want to stab my own face. Fuck it. Let's do a live stream suicide. We won't be around to watch, but the super chats will be epic. We'll just have to set up a trust to accept the super chats and we'll decide what happens to them before we die. VSync says, off topic, but for those in the markets, hearing multiple rumors of big funds selling 10% holdings at tomorrow's open. Kathy Arc dumping TWTR into earnings could play out like a scene in Margin Call. Stay safe out there. And I want to point out that is not financial advice. I am not your financial advisor, nor is the super chatter. YouTube is actually really, really sensitive about this stuff. If you want any sort of financial advice, you should talk to a financial advisor. And that is just a generally good sort of thing to do. Find a financial advisor that you build a relationship with, who knows you, knows your risk tolerance, and you trust, most importantly. But yeah, so there's some information about what might be happening in the markets. You got to research that on your own, though. I unfortunately cannot talk about it. And you don't want me to, even though I was Series 7 licensed and in the past and could have maintained that license and been qualified to talk about it. Not what I wanted to do with my life, personally. With that, let's get to Odyssey chats and then to super chats. My awesome channel says, dumb YouTuber complaining about credits. You can tip cash on Odyssey. Bring your fiat money. LBC are easy to get. You only need a bit to post videos. Even 10 LBC lasts you a long time. Hundreds of videos. Once the SEC lawsuit is over, you'll be able to buy LBC inside the USA easily. Yes, I think what they were asking was not how to spend, but how to acquire, how to build an audience that would gain them more LBC. I think that's what they were trying to do. How do I earn the LBC? And to that, I would say same way you earn it everywhere else. Keep making videos. My awesome channel says, this is your friendly Libri statistician, Ricada Law, 1,246 videos, 902 gigabytes, 2,412 hours. That's 101 days of content. Libri technology is superior. Cry more, poor tubers and rumblers. My awesome channel says 5,000 normies. Imagine that. Nick is like Corn Pop, a bad dude. He also says Odyssey mods aren't weak Redditors. There are no mods on Odyssey. Rodimus, or on my Odyssey. Rodimus Supreme says, first time I'm able to throw money at Nick. Not doing it on YouTube. They aren't getting any of my banking info. Oh, that was from this morning. My awesome channel says, fuck you, Nick. Odyssey rules. I like Odyssey. I like it just fine. I wish I had I don't know. I wish there were easier ways for me to implement it into my workflow, if that makes sense. Zalcourse has been uploading my protest video blogs to Odyssey, even though they're all in Spanish and the viewership isn't as good as it would be on YouTube. It's great to not live under the watch of corporate anymore. Love the de-Googled life. Next, we've got Tato Chip says, should I pretend to be gay like Tim Apple in order to avoid these Me Too allegations? Yes. Zalcor says, imagine hating on the best chat. Sword Cal. I didn't hate on the Odyssey chat, I don't think. I was hating on my management of it. I could start. You fucking have a cry session. Have a struggle cry over there on Odyssey. You fucking, oh, we're the Chad Odyssey. Oh, he's making fun of us. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Get wrecked. Let's see. Let me refresh this thing, because we did not have it at the proper place. Come on. God, I hate when YouTube overloads. See, and it got rid of a bunch of the chats in here. Icus 80 says, I wonder if there's a dude out there named Gerrymandering. I read the Billy Witch Doctor one. Trash Discourse says, appreciate your work and content. Found you during Rittenhouse. Also enjoying some great Heaven Hill barrel proof. Keep it up. Hashtag heartfelt. Cornelius Buttknuckle says, archive.org has taken down the unbreaded treasure trove before I could snag any of it. Any idea where a guy can get his hands on a PDF of that fantastic manifesto or the videos? I think the manifesto is up on Kiwi Farms. I don't know if any of the videos are. But I still have a copy of the manifesto. Mario Carter 13 says, Ethan Ralph watched all of Dragon Ball so he could reference the scene where Krillin hides his tears behind sunglasses and Jim didn't notice. Rip. Jordan Flata says, unbreaded. Also, what's up, fellow Minnesotan? Hey, brother. How you doing, man? STFU says, DNC voting ID is racist. Also, DNC vax papers are okay. Kayla says, ugh, I hate to spend $10 to ask, but how do I become a member? I can't figure it out, and I love your channel. You can become a member by clicking the join button if you want to do that. If you want to do that, that is up to you. I don't advertise it too much, but it is there. There are special emotes and badges, but it's the join button right below the video. Armageddon says, gerrymandering is unbreaded. MKEOD says, one problem is they haven't upped the number of Congress reps in many years. We should have like 3,000 with a population of 330 million. More reps. I think it used to be 30,000 a rep for every 30,000 persons. So it'd be what? It'd be like 1,100 or something like that. More reps means each seat is less important. Correct. And of course, that's why. Oh yeah. Okay. I see you, chat. Just give me a second. I almost forgot. My apologies. I'm really, really tired today. Because I got up all fucking early to do the show with Bronca, the Curtis Reeves show. And then they just didn't seat a single juror, and they didn't have anything, they didn't have anything. Whatchamacallit? What am I trying to say? Oh, they didn't have anything broadcast. All right. It is time for our daily unbreaded. Let me grab the random number generator here. Hit me with this RNGesus. I should probably reply to that person on Twitter. $129 is the page number. 129. Let's see what is on 129. Okay. Oh my God. All right, let me let's do this. Unbreaded. Binger cannot be competed or beat to the chase of being Binger. Binger cannot beat at being Binger. Yet the Tom wants two things. One, the Tom wants others to be Binger more than Binger. Two, the Tom wants Binger to never be Binger. These two truths about the Tom's plan for the world are what explains why Binger are not given credit or dominating the way they should. Toms leave the other Binger whenever they get money. Toms run away. Toms run to the neighborhoods of the unworthy man. Toms get a little cash and run that ass right to the unworthy banks and right to spend that money on golf clubs and bullshit. Blow up the golf course. The Toms spend all day together playing stupid games to entertain the unworthy man. The Toms practice unworthy habits every chance they get. The Toms forget about Binger on the first chance they get. The Tom wants nothing more than to feel he is better than Binger. So the Tom leaves Binger behind. If the Tom would believe in Binger, Binger would have won a long time ago. Binger would have won a long time ago Earth. Binger would have won a long time ago universe. Binger would have won a long time ago reality. But instead, the Tom has to live next to the unworthy man. The Tom has to keep those Binger at a distance. He might visit them, but the Tom needs to be feeling superior by commuting, by keeping them away, by keeping them outside of his daily per se. The Tom needs to feel in command of the gates. The Tom needs to feel that Binger go away. Instead of putting his soul and his fate and his future and his destiny into Binger, Tom wants to keep Binger deprived. The Tom wants to keep Binger at a distance. The Tom don't want Binger to catch up. Even if he ain't got much at all, the Tom feels like a man in proportion to how well he keeps Binger down. The Tom worships the unworthy man's money, and that keeps the fake ass system in order. The Tom won't overthrow a damn thing. The Tom is ready for the unworthy man to spit in cup. The Tom will drink that shit right up. The Tom is ready for Binger to be forgotten. The Tom is ready for Binger to be sacrificed so he can get a promotion. The Tom don't care if Binger is eaten or if Binger is drowning. It makes no difference. The Tom, he just wants Binger to know that they ain't on his belt level as he tightens his unworthy brand khakis and as he pulls his collared shirt deeper into his belt buckle. Tom wants Binger to buckle and bend. Tom shouts, Binger down. Get off that fence and stay in your ass in the hood. The Tom would have kept the Berlin Wall up. If Binger was on the other side, the Tom would have thrown molten bricks at Binger kids just to keep their ass in line. A child can stay the same age forever. As long as the Tom gets to be president of the company, everything is good, Binger. As long as the Tom gets to win the Oscar, everything is fancy up in her. As long as the Tom gets to keep. Do you hear what I just buried in the accent of fake Binger scent? The Tom passes as Binger when it is politically and financially expedient. The Tom uses a MasterCard everywhere he pays because he feels himself the master of Binger. The Tom don't ride or risk on behalf of Binger. The Tom won't put everything he has out to risk uplifting his Binger. The Mad Harris will die today if it will benefit Binger the right way. The Mad Harris will die today if it will benefit Binger the right way. But the Tom won't take a fingernail to save Binger. The police are just a symptom, just a metaphor, just a fucking reflection of the problem Binger face. One, Binger should never get arrested because the poison should be owned by Binger tribe. How the fuck can someone else police us when they owe us for owning us? They owe us more than any crime Binger can commit. We should round them up and shoot them in the back of the skull, not just the cops. I mean every single fucking one of them four. This has been our daily Unbreaded. Okay. Mandrake says, I don't care what Joe does one way or the other, just ready for people to lay off the bend the knee, sell out crap. He's just a dude. Cheers to Joe. Keep being just Joe, please. Well, I think some people may misunderstand Joe's joke. Let's see. Minor Zircon says, podcast Unbreaded. Mario Carter says, thinking about Vic, got them in touch with their bean. gross. Cowboy Shit says, love it, Nick. Never a bad time to laugh at Monica Potamus. Everyone I've ever known named Monica is fat. Side topic. Trying to watch you on Odyssey app. Does the app, not website, not show live streams? No, it does. There's an ongoing Odyssey link that's there. It's the same link every time. I should probably put it somewhere. I hate that. One of the things I hate is that Twitter doesn't let you put two links. It should put both links. If you want to link two things on Twitter, it should put both of them in there, but it messes them up. It's a pain. HW says, if I was two women, would you make fun of me on your show? Probably. Oh, it's you. What's up, man? Trent Michaels. I read that one. C14 Dog says, what will you do if everything tastes like garbage? Well, I don't know. I guess I'll just live on ramen until that tastes like garbage. Cowboy Shit says, I think it's a reference to Ethan. He was talking about Arkansas Razorbacks tonight, and their battle cry is woo pig suey. Oh, okay. Angel Dust says, what about the bunny VTuber that made fun of Ralph? Were you going to collab with her? Hopefully. You talking with a VTuber would be funny as shit to me, lol. Hopefully it's funny as shit to everybody. Carson Depp says, haven't lost a parent, friend, or dog lately, but I did get a Berkalatic Classic Laddie for embroidering my cousin's yarmulkes. Join me in a l'chaim. Okay. I haven't had any liquor in a little while. Okay, just a little bit there. Just a little bit right there. This is Cars in Depth, L'chaim. All right. Amazing Wireless 2 says lawn crime slipped him kettle corn and ruined his day. Kettle corn's disgusting to me. I've never ever liked it. Look, if you guys like it, that's great. I do not. G says enjoy NTX. Snow last week in 74 on Friday in Fort Worth. Oh, in North Texas. Yeah. Not applicable says bodybuilders are usually compensating for something. Mario Carter 13 says Mudwayne the Boulder Johnson. CG Robert says Fox News 9 Brooklyn Center Street Police save driver. Okay. Black Teasy says talk about Howard Stern blackface N-word bit. I'm not familiar with it, but Howard Stern, another guy who turned into a weirdo fucking bitch. A guy who built his career. This is what kills me. Howard Stern built his career saying the having the conversation, doing whatever he needed to do, and not worrying about censors and what people thought about it, being the shock jock. And then now he's like, oh, well, God, someone's going to say something about vaccines. So, wow, we might want to stop them. Crinkle Mouse says Tim Pool did a whole episode about how he's not scared to call out his friends when they mess up, i.e. Rogan, but still no word on Cuck Murphy. Peter Keys says, who is a bigger beach, The Rock or Perturabo? That's a tough one. I'm going to go with The Rock. John O'Brien says, Nick, we touched base. I want to get you records on the case about why the case took 8 years. It's fascinating. I intend to attend the trial. Would like to provide my commentary. Let me know what helps. Yeah, John. I'd love to have you on to help out with that. That would be great. I'm trying to think here. I will get back to you by email. The waiting, of course, for the jury stuff. Maybe are you attending? I'll message you. This is autistic. I will message you. We'll talk about if you're going to jury selection, stuff like that. If you are, we'll get you in touch so you can, let us know when we're going to go live. I'd be happy to have you on to give your impressions too. Not applicable says John still hasn't refunded me from last year. Lol. CC says, sent you an email a few nights ago about Warhammer stuff. Printer is hot. Kelly R says every podcast should be backing Rogan, freedom of speech. Love to see someone like Charlemagne the God speak out. Shut the cancel culture up. Ponton says power hungry hypocrite Stacey Abrams gobbles up harvested ballots like Pac-Man on an endless supply of speed. This one's overbreaded. Cowboy Shit says this one pissed me off as a resident. Same shit. Sorry, I missed this one earlier. Same shit is going on in other red and blue states, but they are just using race as a means to shame us for our redistricting methods. El Gonzo says, but Nick, my side switched. John O'Mara says, hi, Nick. Just joined. Been watching you pre-Rittenhouse. You're fantastic. Your crew is fantastic. I'm retired law enforcement. Don't know how much I'll be able to use perks, but happy to be here for Jack Murphy banana. No, no, you don't want to be there for the Jack Murphy banana. No. Oh, I'm so sorry. It was not intentional. Oh God. Comfy Esta says, just FYI, for anyone who can't eat jelly for a peanut butter and jelly, relish and or salsa is a valid substitute and goes great with peanut butter. Does this motherfucker come into my chat? This motherfucker come into my chat and say that you should put a peanut butter and a salsa on a sandwich? Or peanut butter and relish? Like a pickle relish? What the fuck are you talking about? Peanut butter and salsa? Peanut butter and relish? Why can't someone eat jelly? I'm now much more curious about the person who cannot, like, I get it. Well, I don't like grape jelly or I don't like strawberry, whatever. Okay, cool. There's a jelly you like somewhere. What jelly? Why can't you eat jelly? Now I need diabetes, I guess. Ryan Fairbanks says diabetes. Maybe that's it. Okay. Jake, thank you for the donation. Big Floppa says, may I take a photo with you at Anime Matsuri in a fursuit? I know just how much you love furries. Big Floppa, let me say this. If you stink because of your fursuit, like if your fursuit smells like crusty semen, then no. But otherwise, yeah, of course. Happy to. Look, I don't know how you get down in your fursuit. If it does, I mean, that's up to you, but I just don't want to smell that. But aside from that, I'll be happy to take a picture with you. John O'Mara says, I have to give you kudos to your amazing toast. You do a compilation in a book. I'd be willing to bet it would sell well. I don't know where any of them are. It would be, I would need someone as motivated to hate Joe Rogan and go through all of his podcasts to find all of his use of bingers, to go through and find all of my toasts. It'd be, yeah, I wish I wish I had that level of ability, but I don't. It's Mash 1200 says districts should be geographically compact, regardless of demographic makeup. Our new map in Maryland that our governor vetoed but was overruled is a sham. Nicholas Petreo says, hey, Ricada, can Rogan file for defamation, or do you have to have sustained a loss of some sort? Does having to pull episodes count? I don't know how Rogan was defamed. I don't know what false statement was made that caused him harm. I mean, I'm not saying there wasn't one. I'm just not aware of what it would be. So I can't really analyze that question. Having to pull episodes. I mean, he did say the N-word, right? And he does have conversations about COVID that some people may find objectionable. So I guess the question would be, spreading misinformation, is that defamatory? I mean, that sounds like an opinion to me. It's a tough one, because it's like this idea that calling someone a racist is probably an opinion. I'm not saying it should be. I'm saying it probably is under the law an opinion. And so the question is spreading misinformation, for example, is that enough to be defamatory? I don't know that it is. It should be, but I don't think it is. So I don't know how he's going to get. I don't know how he would get that case off the ground, personally. Tamara Holloway says, I got Trump's DWAC and Rumble CFVI stock. Only one is up. Which Rumble? Is that the one that's up? SDP 123321 says grid districts with nobody in them would be represented by Bill Goros and George Sates themselves that end up being 10% plus of all House reps. Well, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. I don't actually think, I mean, maybe it's not a particular grid or whatever, but I think that was the original plan, was 30 mile square grids. That's how it was supposed to start. Cowboy shit says, F you, money don't mean crap when government can get you. Blue-eyed roof Korean the based says, Nick, you leave Mr. Rob Van Winkle out of this. John O'Mara says, Nick Regatta, I haven't heard my $20 chat or my super lawyer recognition. I've heard you say it in the past. Just checking. Thanks. So John, I missed your $20 chat. But I got it now. Sorry, I apologize for that. The other thing, the super lawyer recognition, when my YouTube window reset, guess what? It resets those things, and I don't have a way to find those. So if I miss your super lawyer recognition, I will humbly apologize, but I don't have a way to figure it. I don't have a way to get them back. They don't save them the way it saves super chats. G says, please toast my grandpa. He left us in 2021. Ex-military and police, taught me how to defend myself and shoot as a woman. He was the greatest man I've ever known. G, to your grandfather. A man of martial action, ex-military and police, a man of service, a man of dedication, who is dedicated, of course, to his family and to protecting those that he most loved in the way that he knew he could protect them the longest, by teaching them to protect themselves. May his legacy and teaching lead you into a safe and prosperous future with fond memories. Cheers. Chris Wolney says, unbreaded. Got to hear it. A Horrible Gamer says, Odyssey gave Joe a better deal than Rumble. Look it up. Squally says, toss a coin to your toss a coin to your grifter. Oh, Valley of Plenty. See you at Matsuri. Yeah, Squally, I'm looking forward to it. That'll be great. Blue-eyed roof Korean the base says, global shortage of rope if this pandemic ever ends. HP says, please do a show updating us on the January 6th prisoners. There's so little info on them and their status. Please pressure Barnes to help them. What is LawTube good for if not helping them? Wow, I don't know. I don't know what it's good for if not helping the January 6th people. The problem with the January 6th people is you have a mix. Like many things, you have a mix of some people who are basically tourists who got the trespass book thrown at them in the worst ways possible, that had no violent activity. And then you do have some people who may have acted in some inappropriate ways, and those are different cases. The idea of quote unquote helping all these people, many, if not most of them, are represented in some way or another. And having a random YouTuber pop in to help out their case may not be the best option. As far as Robert Barnes, he's a fantastic lawyer and would be a credit to anyone's defense, but I don't know how he would go about that. The other issue is there are solicitation issues and ethical obligations with lawyers, where they can't always just call someone and say, hey, I'll represent you as a lawyer. It doesn't. There's some issues around that. Usually it has to be done by letter. Can't be done in person either. It's messy. Cowboy shit says, Nick, you are so breaded right now. Go to beached whales. The STFU says, pay the mods. Unpaid labor equals slavery. Down with Regatta. To be fair, I'm trying to get them to do as little labor as possible. In fact, none would be ideal. That would be the goal. So there would be hopefully no labor to go unpaid. C Goody says, I'd be honored to shill the living fuck out of your Rumble page. Disclaimer, I do not represent this channel. Fuck off. See, that's what I like about C Goody right there. The Neo Amish podcast says, any chance I can get you on my show to rail against public schools? Keep dropping the red pills, man. Neo Amish podcast, as a preliminary matter, I am 100% not opposed to doing that. It's always about getting a hold of me and having my schedule. And yes, I understand that the limiting factor in all of that is me. And I do apologize for your massive chore in that feat. But if you email me, I may see it and get back to you. I have no problem going on your show. It's all scheduling, time, opportunity, and mainly the communication aspect of it, that's typically, in my experience, how the social media game goes with different people. Billy Badass says, I'd take the Supreme Court seat. Damn, Nick, you are mad corrupt. I'm not mad corrupt. I don't want the money to influence the world. I want the money for me, and more importantly, for my children. $100 million for me is a amazing safety net for the children that I'm raising. So, as for, I don't want to, if you give me the Supreme Court and you give me $100 million, I'm going to take the $100 million. And by the way, probably be more effective than the Supreme Court with $100 million. I guess. The trans fats, trans fats and how all of the companies stopped using trans fats and all the food started tasting fucking worse when they did that. You know that? You're aware of that, right? That was a guy. That was one guy. One guy's crusade against trans fats based off him misreading a medical study. That's what did it. Put a couple $1 million of advertising against trans fats, and all of our food got fucking worse. Imagine what you could do with $100 million. Imagine what you could do as Joe Rogan. Amazing. The Coming Curse says, spamming the F key for your taste buds. My sense of taste went metallic after the coof, but I think that would be worse. I'm just hoping it gets fixed eventually. Someone suggested some prednisone, a steroid, I guess, might help. I don't know. I gotta get into my doctor. Phantasmagorical says, you brought tears to my eyes twice. One, talking grandpas, and two, that effing free speech rumble speech. Stop it. Much love. Thank you. Cledge Fenrir says, 100 million or SCOTUS seat. It isn't about the money. It's about sending a message. Making a ruling on gun rights trumps money to me. Tempting though. You have 8 other justices. 8 other justices with you. Remember that. Your power on the Supreme Court is limited by 8 other people who are more than likely dumber than you. Clumsy Clairvoyant says, this is just to say you're perfect the way you are. Hey, thank you. None of your concern says, the horse is the number 1 farted on animal. New dislike button. New dislike button says, great, Nick. Now you got me wondering when, in between your sentences, there's a moment of silence if you're pulling an Eric Swalwell. Thanks for that. Wait, what? What? Okay. We got to talk. I don't know if I'm misunderstanding something. Are people assuming that someone getting paid, like that money is automatically corrupt? I'm trying to figure out what that's in reference to. I mean, Eric Swalwell was fucking a Chinese spy. Oh, because I keep farting? Oh. I was like, I thought this was related to the $100 million versus Supreme Court justice. My bad for misunderstanding. Yeah. No, I don't pause when I fart. I just go with it. The trick with farting on a stream is this. If you hold it in too long, right? You get that big boom, right? This sonic boom, like Guile. And you can't do that, because even though these mics pick up stuff from the front, notice how I sound different here and different over here, different down here, but they can still pick up stuff. And you sound different here. So you got to be careful. You got to be careful with that. So what you got to do is you got to work do your kegels, and you got to work it so that as you're sitting there, you slowly squeak one out over a period of time, but you can't pause your talking while you do this. You can't do that. You got to just roll with it. But you downstairs, you're working hard. Yes, there are new emotes from Ryan, the editor, as well. Even more new emotes. Thank you, Ryan, for doing that. Corey Cass says, is that the Matt who likes collecting boulders? Yes, that is Matt Jarbo. That is who did it. That's the Boulder King. More Unbreaded Havoc says, I already don't like her. Reddit Silver member says they are on the same wavelength. The wavelength blue whales use for echolocation. Junebug says they got great voices, but terrible people. Oh, I do not like their voices personally. I think they sound shrill. But that might be colored by my personal biases. I don't know. More Unbreaded Havoc says, correction, I now hate Nick for making us listen to these two. Get wrecked. Trebek says, please give a moment of rest. My ears can't take the cringe. Junebug says, I hate them and they played my favorite character. Super Iron Bob says, Japanese VAs have notable fan followings. And as you say, she's who? El Gonzo 1000 says, that's not true, Nick. We care about Japanese voice actors. And he also says, King Explosion Murder is a pun on Bakugo's name. Eric Winberg says, 2 minutes, 25 seconds if cancer had a sound. Wrestler Town says, this is the worst thing you've ever done to us. Oh, yeah. Chad, I'm unhappy with you sometimes, and this is how you get punished. Just think about that. The next time you want to tell me to adjust the audio, I'll play this fucking podcast right in your goddamn ears. Yeah. Yeah. Darth Rangor says, I'm poor and accidentally ashed in my natty light, laughing my ass off. Ooh, that's rough. Don't. Did you drink the natty light after you ashed in it? Not applicable says, Porcus Porkcast, the porkiest around. Joe K says, Nick, thanks for the content. This podcast is worse than the post-Medicare versus Ralph Spurgout from Saturday night. Rather listen to gay PPP. Damn. The Hot Dog Wizard says, out of curiosity and hypothetically, how many wooden AR lowers can you get out of a 10-foot 4x4? Will Home Depot / Lowe's become the biggest FFL in the USA? Oh, yeah, I guess you could. There's nothing that says a lower has to be metal, although the wood would have less lifespan to it, I suppose. Drex's wife says, hey, Nick, how was the all-male orgy on Saturday? It was good. It was good. L.E.N. says, she said me too. I wondered what happened. Someone actually asked her. She got defensive and blocked the fan who was generally concerned. Harassed? Okay. Yep. That's these. Every question was called harassment by these people. Every question that just says, hey, we actually kind of support and believe you, but can you tell us a little bit more about this? Every question was treated that way. Not applicable says, imagine all the peanut butter it took for Monica to speak. Job. Death Trout says, I like that the thumbnail for their podcast is a picture of the back of their heads. It's very thoughtful of them to not make us look at their faces. Oh, you fucker. Death Trout, now you know what the next thumbnail is going to be. Ah, damn it. LKD70 says, sorry, I love your show, but I can't listen to these two anymore. You're a stronger man than me. I'll see you in the next one. Take care, Nose. See ya, LKD. Cave Kingdom says, thanks for the cancer. I'll bill you for the chemo. Keldrick says, listening to these two is like locking eyes with a cat as they look down a glass of red wine on your carpet. Or knock down a glass of red wine on your carpet. They're causing a mess that they know full well they won't have to clean up. IR Mad Cow says, Newsom proud of overtaxing Californians. I'm very proud of this historic tax rebate last year. Research to see the rest. Love ya. I'm poor. Yeah, sorry. No, don't be sorry. I appreciate you very much. Thank you. Johnny Arbor 007 says, you can hear how sorry they are. Kyan Rennell says, is this Ricada law or every frame a pause? Every frame a pause. Ricky the Law. Sean T, thank you for the donation. Mr. Bentham says, holy crap, Nick, you never told us about that error with the 2 L's in the document. Vic is clearly guilty. Did I not? I pointed out some other ones that they that was from Ty's team. I made fun of them for it. I'm an equal opportunity mocker. I don't know why again. It's again, I keep saying but again. I hate that fucking expression. The idea that that was, you're a lawyer, bitch. You talk to lawyers. They're retarded all the time. Oh, they can't spell. If the worst thing in the world is your lawyer adds 2 L's to canceled, you're in good shape. Oh my goodness. Wolfgang Deo says, why did we listen to lizard people? That's a good question. Victor Phantasm says, Nick, while we're honoring our dead, please take a shot for my 5 loved ones. My mother, my grandmother, my dog, my father, my uncle, who died within these last 4 years. Lost my bearing for a while, slowly regaining it. Oh my gosh. Let's see. That's a serious chat. We're killing this bottle of Widow Jane, the Vaults, age 15 years. Very, very good whiskey. 2020 release. Batch 2. Victor Phantasm. Mother, grandmother, dog, father, and uncle. They often talk about a person being an anchor. The analogy being we're on some sort of ship. Life is the ocean, right? And we're trying to navigate it. And a person might be your anchor. They keep you moored. They keep you grounded. But I think the better analogy for family, not individuals, but family collectively, is that they are the ship. They are the ship. One thing I tell my children is that no matter what happens to you, your siblings are the ones who are supposed to be there. And I hope that by the end of your time with me, whatever you think of me and mom, that you always have each other to lean on. Because family, at the end of the day, is the ship that keeps us afloat in life. Or should be. And for those of us, those who have had it and lost it, know that absence more acutely than anyone else, I think. But to the ship, right? They keep us afloat. They help us. They give us shelter. They provide us a place for weather. They provide us protection from the elements, from the turbulent seas. They provide us an opportunity to live and to dream and to grow and to build. To the family that Victor Phantasm will be missing, may the frame that they built carry him far on the waves of life. Cheers, brother. Really sorry to hear it. That's a rough 4 years, buddy. Shinchan 256B says, I'll give you $20 to mod me. Never mind, 30% of 20, $14 to mod me, then immediately unmod me because being a mod is embarrassing. Also, play Gunt 64, get with Flam. He will help you get it set up. It's Shinchan. Okay. There you go. You're moderated, Shinchan. You're a fucking mod right now. How embarrassing for you. I haven't even undone it. You pile of garbage. How's that? There you are. Get wrecked. Get wrecked, you scrub. Stephen Oglesby says February 14th, the trial in Columbus, Ohio for doctor that is accused of killing 14 patients by overdosing fentanyl. Get this off me. Oh, you can't unmod yourself. You can't do it. You can't do it at all. Okay. Where are we? S Cyber Taz says, when will you host Mersh versus Mr. Medicare debate? If Mersh and Mr. Medicare want to come on my show and debate, they can. And I'm affable to both of them. Whatever. If they want to come and yell at each other, they can do that. I don't know. I doubt they want to. I guess I'll put it out there. Mersh and Jim, if you guys want to come yell at each other on my show, you can do that. I'll collect super chats while you guys call each other retards. I'm good with that. Sword and Scale says buy Bitcoin, but not financial advice. Thanks for that. Johnny Arbor says this is why we actually had the Salem witch trials. Lol, they laugh like the vice president Kamaler. Victor Phantasm says, bruh, did you have a taste of Jim roasting the pig? Oh, I watched the whole thing. It was fucking glorious. I was on Flashcast. We were stream sniping it. It was amazing. I talked about it earlier in the show. C Goody says you better not skip the Daily Unbreaded. Joshua Vidrine. Oh, I missed this. Sorry. And Taco the Turtle. Thank you, Taco the Turtle. Joshua Vidrine says these flabby, rancid adipose beasts are the real reason the theaters went out of business. They project so hard that there wasn't any projection left to go around. Let's see if YouTube will let this through with careful words. Oh man, it's always tough. It's always tough coming up with the right burn super chat. Mario Carter says, weird, Hollywood's version of high school as only Mean Girls and Clicks accurately describes the entertainment industry. Right what you know, I guess. Yes. Yep. Stephen Oglesby says, is there a chance you could cover that trial? Maybe. It depends on how this Curtis Reeves trial goes. I guess. I was hoping the Curtis Reeves trial would be done by then. That's what I was hoping. Shinchan 256B says, can I ban myself? I was looking at that doctor one. The Curtis Reeves trial is going to be interesting because I don't know how long it's going to take them to panel a jury. There's a possibility that I will cover it in one way, shape, or form. Yes, that's the short answer. I'm rambling way too much. I need to get out of here. Joe K says, yes, Binger, unbreaded. Alex Scott Thompson says, try the Imberry tablet that F's with your taste buds. Wolfgang Deo says, thing going to taste like garbage, not kettle corn. Kettle corn tastes like garbage to me. Actually, all popcorn right now is garbage made. Wheezy, both like bag popcorn that you buy at a store and also popcorn that you get fresh from the movie theater. It all tastes like trash. Wheezy Wesley, welcome to Paralegal Status. Very much appreciate that. Andre the Giant 16-second fart says, Join Layton was watching the show at 2x. The anime checks were so at high speed, I dropped my phone and went live. Great toast. Alex Scott Thompson says, how much to put you on retainer for my eulogy? I don't know. Just I'd do it. Gamer Valine says, smaller places with better food came as a side effect, so I'm mixed on trans fats. Those places did, but man, I don't know that it wasn't the trans fats that made their food better though, because like beef tallow is a better fat to cook a lot of food in than any vegetable oil ever will be. And also less murderous on your cancer system. So I don't know. And they're cooking some stuff in lard is better. It's what you want to do. So I mean, I don't know that the smaller places with better food. Let me say it this way. There are smaller places with better food coming after the trans fat ban. Yes. But I don't know that we needed the trans fat loss as a predicate. And I think that those places that are smaller with better food would be better served by using better fats in their cooking that they don't always use. You notice the high-end restaurants, they have no problem using chicken fat, duck fat, beef fat, lard, or anything else. They will use the appropriate fat for the flavor. They will do that no matter what the trans fat community activists or whatever say. They don't care about that at all. And that should tell you everything you need to know about the whole risk of trans fats, is that Michelin starred restaurants don't give a fuck about it. Wolfgang Deo says, take 100 mil, buy off the other justices. Wolfgang Deo says, tried practicing farting, shat myself, lawsuit. He also says, hey, Nick, could you adjust the audio? Boomer. No. Phoenix Lord Asserman says, a few months ago, you said you have flamenco on to talk Christery. Is that still going to happen? I will. I forgot. Honestly, it's not personal. Again, I was on with Flashcast with Flamenco. He popped in, and I popped on his show the other day. Happy to do that. I love that he's killing it. I love that his show is killing it lately. So I just, I forgot that I said that, and I will gladly extend the invite. Sword and Scale says, Nick, you are my Costa Concordia. What the fuck's a Costa Concordia? Thomas Finton says, indeed, Nick, you are killing that bottle about as fast as Father Time killed Victor's family and pets. Truly some unbreaded stuff, and keep the stream up. Wolfgang Deo says, I thought I was gay, but I'm no mod. Shin-Chan 256B. Damn. And Bob Piffle says, top 3 horror films. Sipping a warm whiskey on a night that's colder than a witch's nipples on Halloween night. Top 3 horror films. Okay. My top 3 horror films are, in order, Event Horizon, In the Mouth of Madness, Cabin in the Woods. There you go. Those 3. I think, and people may be confused because Cabin in the Woods is like a comedy horror, but I think Cabin in the Woods is one of the most perfect reflections of the horror genre, or the perfect embodiments of the horror genre and what it's supposed to be from a literary perspective. Horror was not supposed to be jump scares and terror. That's a different genre. Horror is something else. It's something primal. And I think Cabin in the Woods gets to that, this idea of what we're, the metaphor is what entertainment is doing to us in some way, and how it's destroying society, as we, don't care whatever. I like the message and the metaphor the Cabin in the Woods is getting at. I love the method that it was given. But I like all of those things. Worst horror movie, in my opinion, I don't know. But okay. And finally, Alex Scott Thompson says, Miracle Berry alters your taste buds. Worth a poke. Maybe. I don't know what Miracle Berry is. I don't want to alter my taste buds. I just want them back to normal. Oh, fuck me. Someone sent an Odyssey chat, and Odyssey has a problem with just putting things in chronological order in their chat window. Fuck. Where is it? Del Frickin Tree says Ravensy is a binger. And Ravensy says, this binger Del Frickin Tree in chat keeps saying binger when you do some binger ass toast. Please toast to him. To Del Frickin Tree and to Ravensy, 2 repeat viewers. They're basically every day on Odyssey. I always notice them. I always notice them bickering back and forth. In fact, many times resulting in super chats from me on Odyssey, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the engagement. Both of y'all are Odyssey F slurs, and you're super gay, and that's why I love you. Please have butt sex. Cheers. Okay. There you go. All right. With that, it is time to go to bed. Look, I know there are people who want me to do Twitch, and I want nothing more than to do Twitch. I am so fucking tired because I woke up at 7. Well, it was like 7:58 this morning to try and get down to my stream that I was late for. And I've been running ever since. I do not think I will have I won't have a YouTube morning show tomorrow. Here's what I want to do. It's a Tuesday. I want to, if I do an afternoon YouTube show or not, either way, I want to have some Twitch time. Twitch time tomorrow during the day. We're going to do it. Game or movie, I'm not sure. We'll figure it out. And then we'll start incorporating. I thought I was going to be up early every morning this week for the Curtis Reeves trial, but it looks like I'm not going to be for a little bit. So we'll start incorporating Twitch in. I was just up so early today, but we're going to do Twitch tomorrow during the daytime. And then we may do Twitch tomorrow during the nighttime as well. We'll see how the day goes. I want to. It's that's how I calm down when I get done with these shows and I don't get to hang out on Twitch with you guys. It actually takes me a little bit longer to go to sleep and things are a little more restless. But I do need to do that. Shin Chan says The Cabin in the Woods is not a horror movie. Wrong. I would say it's actually the purest representation of the actual horror genre. That's my opinion. It says The Witch is the next horror movie, best horror movie the past decade. Unmod, please. Shinchan, I will look, I respond to money. You know this. I will unmod you. You're no longer gay, you are now straight. And that Witch horror movie recommendation is phenomenal. Great movie. I loved the shit out of it, by the way. Saw it in theaters. Thought it was brilliant. And it is brilliant. That's why I thought so, because I was correct. Brian Hack says, why do you always binger your live streams? That's how I do. I steal bikes and I binger it up. Gamer Valine says, Twitch app sucks on mobile and they have exclusivity clauses. You cannot monetize there. For a lot of streamers, it's a hard lesson on audience. The reason I look, Twitch is ultimately a super secret backup, but it's also where I go for completely different content. That is me calming down. And so what would happen is many days after a stream, I would get on and play a video game or I'd watch a movie. One of those two things. And I thought I can do, well, the movie thing didn't exist yet. So it was just video games. I thought I could just have people join me if they want to and keep the chat going. And I can still calm down playing video games. And so, and it was a way that people could interact with me basically for free. Because there were less people in the chat. And so I was able to interact with the chat more. That's why I started Twitch. And I like to keep it going, but yeah, it's a backup there in case YouTube ever says, get off the platform forever, you piece of shit, which they've done to friends of mine. So it's certainly possible. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. But anyway, it's nighttime. 10 says, I'm not a witch. It's time to go to bed. Wolfgang Dale says, here's money to keep Shin-Chan a mod. No, he outbid you. It Follows is the best horror movie. It Follows is pretty good. I mean, it's literally just herpes or whatever. So that's kind of funny. All right. Okay, guys, thanks for hanging out with me tonight. I'll see you tomorrow. I hope you all have a wonderful night and we'll see you, and we'll have a fun show tomorrow. Hopefully I'll get Ty Beard or someone else on. I need to get a guest on here. We need to get some guest action going on, because guests are good. See, look at how good guests are. Oh shit, they did. We'll do. But we need to have a guest on for sure. I would love to talk to Ty about the Rogan thing and how those acquisitions kind of work. Bob Piffle says, oh shit, 3 more top 3 horror video games. I don't really play horror video games. So I'll go with Amnesia, The Dark Descent, and Amnesia, The Dark Descent. The only horror video game I ever played. And it was really fucking good, by the way. I didn't play through all of it. Oh, wait, no. Correction. Amnesia, The Dark Descent, 7th Guest, and 11th Hour, baby. There you go. How's that? That's my list. Amnesia was really, really, really good. The first Amnesia. It was good stuff. Have you ever played D&D? I love playing D&D. Specifically D&D, by the way. There are people out there who suggest alternative role-playing universes, and they're fine, but I don't know, call me basic. So much nostalgia. I love the D&D like lore and world class system that they built. I don't know, something about it I like. So I like playing D&D very much. I don't get to play it very often, especially since Bibble, that motherfucker, cut me out. You coming for you, Bibble. I'm going to come to your house and I'm going to make you DM a fucking game for me, you piece of shit. Sil Blinton will rise again. I'm going to come over there and you're definitely going to not have killed yourself, you Seth Rich looking motherfucker. You come in here, you fuck around with me. You know what's going to happen. You're going to find out. I'm going to Eldritch blast your ass right into oblivion. I'm going to send you back to the apartheid days, you piece of shit motherfucker, Bibble. You think you can cut me out of your little YouTube, your little YouTube D&D streams? Oh, no, sirree. Sil Blinton's coming to get you. I'm going to have Hillary bleach bit your ass right into fucking irrelevancy, you motherfucker. Fuck you, Bibble, you asshole. Stephen Oglesby sent a super chat and then he followed up with, sent you a DM. You don't need to read this. Oh, okay. Too late. And then Wolfgang Deo says Shinchan 256B as mod Les Brew. There he is. Oh, he made the mistake of responding. He's a mod. He's done. He's wrecked. And up, Shinchan, you have to live with your shame now for at least a whole week because I'm done. I'm done. I will talk to you guys tomorrow. You have a good day. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more of that brogue. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour